as well. And look, only 4 players will come through. I think it's quite open, this pool. I'll be completely honest. I think Tundi probably does go through after what we've seen in the last few months, especially with Wiki Wednesday's performances to go by. He has been playing very well. How's pool 3 looking?
Oberon against Oken, you can see there, and if he wins that game, Oberon, it'll be up against potentially Tom Stokes if he can Tom Lee, sorry, if he can overcome Snakes, which Snakes obviously you said is a very good player as well. The name power is heavy.
Yeah, Oberon, Tom Lee, Snakes, Oilito. Down in the losers side, Killer Freak, Ethan Higgins, JH7. That's a really tough pool.
Yeah, Dudu's incredible as well. You see how well he's done in South America. Over to pool 4, Rich.
Yeah, we're looking at Seba Leone, who came through in the winner's side. Chasita plays Cameron Rock as well, a game that I will be definitely trying to keep my eyes over. And LJ Pachotto finds himself in the lower bracket. I feel like LJ Pachotto never does things easily. Even in the Pro Open, he started like with 4 losses or something.
It was 0 points, and he almost pulled it back.
Yeah, he never does it the easy way, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes through that pool.
Yeah, definitely. He's got the capabilities to do so. Pool 5, Hugo the King, who I was very impressed with, up against Harvey Waters, who we know very, very well is somebody we always speak about having high potential in the scene. He's somebody that is associated with that. Barreto as well against Ivan Nilsson, a good friend of mine as well. Mark Marley up against Peter 16, and Ekman against Danny Hope there at the bottom side of the upper bracket. There are massive games.
Hugo Sanchez.
Hugo Sanchez, Goat Mo, and Kante as well. That is a crazy matchup.
Yeah, it's a shame only 4 players come out of that group because there's probably about 9 that should be in the 32. Tuga will take on Perkix. Big versus Mark Zoo. A couple of games that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. Duidic against Berkey Lion, and Footbin Stokes taking on Bitru, one of our featured matches of the opening round. Yeah,
we finally get to see Stokes on stream. Of course, I know a lot of people at home have been asking to showcase his games. Let's take a look at pool 7, where still it's very, very stacked in this tournament. Still some big names in this group. Nick Sneb had a very strong performance in the opening day. He's playing against Saddam Zeus there at the top side of your screen. You've got Likapu against Luca Enar, who of course a big Portuguese matcher there. Yasin in that lower side of the bracket. You've got 30 plays, again another massive fan favorite who's in that lower side of the bracket and be hoping to make a run.
Absolutely. And finally, we'll go into pool 8 here in bracket playoff phase 2. Diogo Mendes will take on Luca 11. You're looking at Max against Luca 72. And Darkly versus Divine.
Yeah,
that's gonna be a good game down in the losers bracket. Plenty of matches, plenty of opportunities. We got Apogee Tiago as well against Oilani.
Yeah, it's a big one. Big one there. Fonseca against Amatau as well. There's a lot of stacked games and little portions of the bracket which you get further along in it if you expect the favourites to win. It obviously doesn't always go that way, but you could get some incredible matchups.
Just to wet the whistle, if it's not wet enough, that man on your screen there is Tom Stokes. If he wins his game and Tuga loses, we could be looking at a Tuga Stokes matchup.
Yeah, for those that aren't familiar, that is the grudge match of all grudge matches. I don't know when it started. Maybe last year? Was it this year? I think it was that towards the end of last year, if I'm not mistaken. There's a bit of a rivalry between those two.
You can hear just in the venue there. Oh,
you heard it. You heard it.
Assertive from the admin. I like it. And we're about to get underway. I thought it'd be a bit louder in there. It's pretty quiet. We'll swap those names around at the bottom as well. There we go.
There
perfect. But Bean Stokes in the brand new acquisition for the team. The first player of Team Footbin up against Bitwu. Can it be a debut tournament to remember for Stokes?
He'll be backing himself 100%. I spoke to him yesterday. Again, we were both under the impression that he thought he was going to be playing Abu Fawzi, but from what we've gained is that the upper bracket stays the same from the original phase 1, sorry, but then the lower bracket has a slight adjustments in some places, so they're still in the same side, in the same pool, but not the opening game as we kicked off. Stokes kicking from left to right here.
Yep, and Bitlu from right to left, all in white. As we're out underway, we've got all 3 games to give you the updates from. We're looking at Ethan Higgins against Jewel and Fuma against Hugo Sanchez, which might be the toughest, I'm going to say, on paper, game to get in the lower bracket. It's a really, really awful game, that I've got to say.
Yeah, especially first day.
Yeah, first day, first game on. I mean, it's also 2 players who probably didn't expect themselves to be down in the lower bracket.
It's a horrible matchup.
Saka down the right-hand side for Stokes. Cruyff turn back inside. There's Vicky Lopez now taking over. Nice little ball scoop turn, opens up the space. And near post strike. Good save from Casillas. How's the corners been looking? It's knocked down to Hegem, but a chance to counter-attack here for Bitwu. 2 against 2 at the back if he plays his cards right.
Yeah, and you can see the player look. He's done really well, in fairness, to take space here.
Granit Xhaka.
Yeah, a lot of credit there for Bitwu. He didn't rush the through ball with the player look. He knew that he had time and space. Stokes, he was like sort of waiting for Stokes to make a decision if he was going to step aggressively to play like a little offside trap or follow the run.
Hegem into Kika. Johan Cruyff, 1-0. First blood to Bitwu.
Very, very well played from Bitwu there, from Stokes. I don't even think he's necessarily done a lot wrong. It's just really, really good attacking and taking the areas in the box there. And he kind of gave him the opportunity at the top side of the pitch with the left back stepping a little bit aggressively, but great start from Bitwu in this game.
It came from that potential chance for Stokes when you had the near post opportunity and then the corner that quickly followed. Salma Parejo can't quite put it through the gap there. It's an opening 12 minutes, which is quite end-to-end, I've got to say. Both players not really building up as much, just sort of looking for that killer blow.
Yeah, you get that a lot with Stokes' games, where he's very, very happy to sort of concede possession in the hopes that he can start an attack of his own because he trusts his attacking play. That's a good step.
Vicky Lopez. First time we've seen Stokes on stream. Interested by the team at all? It looks pretty similar. I mean, Kevin De Bruyne is probably one of the only picks alongside Saliba at the back as well, who hasn't been the most used item.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've actually seen Saliba being selected. He's got a bit of space here.
Lovely finish. Plays the extra pass. Tom Stokes back in the game. Made it look pretty simple in the end. Did footbin Stokes.
Yeah, just triggered a lot of runs. Helped him get that opportunity for the extra pass. If you notice the way Bitwu play a lot, Stokes is being very passive. He's allowing him to take a couple yards up the pitch, and before he decides to do anything, he's mainly just tracking the run of the person who he thinks the ball will go to.
Got corner played. As well defensively there, just to clear up any danger.
But yeah, sometimes being too passive when someone player looks is a bit of a dangerous situation to put yourself in. Jude Bellingham, an extra pass across the face of goal, and Bitwu restores his lead just before the 20th minute.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of goals in this game, isn't there?
Yeah.
Similar to some of the games we saw yesterday where it is end-to-end and you just got to... Whichever player sort of takes the initiative and can push that lead on, shall we say. Free kick, probably too far out to shoot, I would say.
Yeah, went to go quickly to try and capitalise on that space, but then when everyone resets and gets back into position after the animation, you just run that risk. Yeah, sort of forced it.
Could hurt him.
Wow.
Nice block there with Araujo. Vicky Lopez into Jude Bellingham with space in front of him. Tries to just lay it back into Vicky Lopez. So there could be a play look over the top there if Kike Nazareth can get away from Araujo, which he can't. And Stokes will once again build up from the back. I'm hearing...
I think it's the arena.
I can hear the arena noise in the background. Quieter than I expected. Daka into Vicky Lopez. Don't forget the space there to go with Vicky Lopez on her own.
The way he attacks is very intelligent with the player locks because it just forces decisions every single time he gets that ball. That's a very crucial interception there.
It's defended. I mean, the one area of the pitch where you say Stokes probably maybe has a weakness is in that defensive area of the pitch, but so far, a couple of attacks that Bitwu has had. Oh.
That's personal.
Big Vamos in the background as Kike Nazareth comes through. And it's not from Bitwu. You're not watching on a delay because he's silent as he goes 3-1 up. See what happens here from this kickoff. There's plenty of games taking place here. Finesse shot comes in as the ball bounces out of play. Let's have a quick look at what else is happening from our other two matches taking place here. Fuma and Hugo Sanchez locking horns. 3-2, Fuma leading at the moment up against Hugo Sanchez. I believe we do have Ethan Higgins against Jewel as well, which is underway as Fuma goes 4-2 up.
Just looking at it, obviously we've changed games now, but I just wanted to see his past matchups, how he got to the stage. He actually lost his first game in the winners bracket, so he's had to win quite a few on the bounce, and you can see that he's taken that confidence along with him into this game against Stokes. So this game for Hugo Sanchez, he had to win that last round, obviously, to get to this stage through the lower side of the bracket, alongside Fuma needed to the day before. But I think for Hugo Sanchez, similar to what we saw on Day 2, he's getting caught out here. Hold on a second. This could be 5. Thought he was going to go for the chip. That is a corner there for Fuma. But Hugo Sanchez, it seems like has just started a little bit slow. If you start slow against somebody like Fuma, who scores goals upon goals, you're in big trouble.
Absolutely, yeah. We also have all those matches...
wow, hold on. That's lovely. Could have run up bottom side of your screen. Doesn't even need her. Yeah, lovely. Beautiful bit of dribbling as well, just to bait it out. Fuma stepped so aggressively, like a little shimmy there, and it just sent him completely.
We also do have those matches from the winners' games taking place as well. Let's go. I imagine they're in half-time, actually, Stokes, when we left it. Once it gets underway for the second half, we'll go back to Footbin Stokes and Bitwu in action, because we might be seeing another goal here with Jude Bellingham tearing away from Maxime Lacroix, cuts it across, Scott McTominay fires it into the top of the net.
Lovely use of the triggered runs there from Hugo Sanchez, because he put so many bodies into the box. He could have chosen to do so many different things from that area when Jude Bellingham cut in. So obviously got the finesse option, the extra pass was there, which he chose. It all stems from just triggering as many bodies forward as possible. This is nice again.
Once again in behind. Hugo Sanchez. Very, very dangerous coming forward.
Cancellations there are brilliant with skill moves and everything.
Jude, edge of the box. Finesse shot opens up, just fires into a white shirt. A nice little player lock there to come forward. A little bit too hopeful with the ball over the top. Herber's spin coming out. See, that was a lot.
He didn't need that shot cancel there.
It's so interesting watching Fuma because I think when you in previous years he had so much success, hasn't he? This year it's not gone to plan for him, but it's so. If you were to explain, like, break down, how does he have so much success? How has he dominated the E-League? And I don't particularly think he's got a style of play or outstanding. It's Mbappe. A lot of it is Mbappe.
Was in previous years. It's when you have the speed boost.
Yeah.
He was probably
the best in the world.
Yeah. For a period of time, he was clear of everyone just from that speed boost. Because you saw there's a reason why everyone said Mbappe and Fuma go hand in hand. You get the ball to Mbappe, he was feinting 1, 2, 3, 4, and then boom, gone into the space. You're not catching him. Now the speed boost isn't really here in FC26. To be honest, you do get a little bit of speed boost with some skill moves and some exits, but it's not blistering. And I think having to transition from that style of play, which he was using for years, isn't an easy thing.
And also, not only using Ryan, but having more success than 99.9% of the planet at doing that style of play as well. At some point, he was regarded as probably a top 5 player in the world. Fuma.
Yeah.
I think he won the playoffs back in.
Yep, he did. Yep.
2021, 2022, I think it was. Obviously, he dominated France for 4 years.
He's still just a player that you would hate to match against.
Yeah.
Irrespective of that, whether you think the meta suits him or not, it's just a name factor, a name value he's got across the recent years. Based on performances, and rightly so, you just don't want to see Fuma any time in your bracket. No chance.
But he's going to have the last attack of the half before we go back to Footbean, Stokes and Bitwoo here. Let's jump back to that matchup and see how it is getting on. 5-4 Bitwoo. We're going to come back to this game in 30 seconds time. We're just going to check in very quickly with Ethan Higgins here. He's in his match against Jewel. 2-1. Ethan leading. Low scoring affair. Brian Solar, a smile just comes across your face.
That's an Ethan special right there. I say that, have I jinxed him? But yeah, I've known Ethan for a very long time. Former teammates, played a lot of practice games, whether it was 1v1 and 2v2. Defensively very secure. It's a good attack though for Manders with the way he faked. He could have gone left, could have gone right, went for the shot.
Jewel.
Anders Jewel, sorry.
Yeah.
In case people aren't familiar, yeah. First name basis, wait.
Yeah. Oh, it's all right. Right, let's go back to Stokes and Bitwoo. That game seems to be kicking into life. It was 5-4 when we left it. Now 6-4 to Bitwoo, but Stokes at the back post with Hegem, finds Keegan Nazareth and finds the back of the net. 6-5. Footbean Stokes making a comeback out of this game.
Stokes loves it, doesn't he? He just hates being in those games where it looks a bit easy. It's just a bit boring. He does it for the cameras. He's in a game here where Bitwoo's been performing really well from what we've seen. And he could have a chance, good turn, but it's a bit fortunate, but...
Bouncing everywhere.
Yeah, Stokes manages to get possession just about.
They want Araujo, even though he's conceded 6.
It's been clutch, to be fair.
He's making a lot of exceptions,
He's been clutch. It's unlucky. It's the thing that happens sometimes with the player lock. You unfortunately can if you do it and then it flicks the ball away or the cursor changes.
With Bellingham into Vicky Lopez. Forces the tackle out from the defender there, and Bukayo Saka up against Alphonso Davies does find the pass inside. There's Vicky Lopez, there's Keegan Nazareth, and there's 6-6. Footbean Stokes. Goals for a living.
Bitwu looks like he's panicking a little bit. I was going to say it just before. The attack he had before he conceded, it looked a bit rushed. Like the passing lane wasn't even on.
Saka just taking the space.
Yeah, that was so passive.
7-6, Bitwu leads. This game is bursting into life. 13 goals. We're only just into the 68th minute.
It's an opportunity here. You saw how much Bitwu loves the player looks in that first half. You see how he's pushing his defensive line so far back here.
It just gives him the space.
And now he steps, which eventually makes him have to turn back. But if you keep running back and running back and running back and he keeps triggering runs, before you know it, he's got sort of man-for-man marking. He triggers a run at the right time and you're in big trouble.
Vicky Lopez back to Kika Nazareth. Salma takes the space, finds the low driven, but Casillas with footwork plus with a big save. Hegem is the target, but the defensive header is strong enough than the offensive on that occasion. And there could be a counter-attack starting to emerge here with Johan Cruyff at the centre of it. Managed to get some bodies back there. Does Footbin Stokes. Vicky Lopez sliding the ball down the left-hand side. Into Salma. There's Kika Nazareth. There's a finesse, but got a bit of a strange animation on that one, Ryan.
Yeah, I understand what he was going for there, especially when you have the play style. You kind of just want to utilise it in those areas because they do go in. Just not that time.
I think this game is exactly as expected. It is delivering the goals, and Casillas with another outstanding save, but he was offside.
Yeah, I was about to say, if that was onside, fair enough.
Substitutions coming in here. While we do have these subs, let's jump back to Ethan Higgins. Ethan H against Jewel. That game was 2-1 when we first joined it. Now it's 3-2 to Jewel. Important to remind people as well, Ryan, all three of these games, Elimination FC.
Yeah, exactly that. So you can tell that the pressure will be amplified in these scenarios, especially when you go later in the match with just over 20 minutes to be played. Ethan pushing forward. For a lot of these players, for all of these players, this is their last chance of the FC 26 season.
Yep.
So to keep it alive it means everything to everyone involved.
Balmer down the left-hand side. Rapid Plus activated. There's Vicky Lopez looking to fire it across very quickly, but doesn't quite find his player. Zizou brought on in the middle of the park there for Ethan, the Egyptian. After a devastating loss to Argentina, will it be an equal fate for Zizou with Ethan Higgins? Florian Wirtz sliding it down the side to Saka if he's got something to say about it, which he does. 18 minutes left to play, 3-3.
What a finish, by the way. Near post. He's going to opt in for that low-driven finish. He's going to take him off now as well. That's the last contribution he has before Yamal steps onto this pitch.
In the pause, let's go back to Stokes and Bitwu here. When we left it, they were in a pause, but there wasn't long left to play, so we'll jump back in there and see the final moments of that game. And it's 10 minutes to play. Still the scoreline, Bitwu 7, Footbin Stokes 6.
I can guarantee there'll be at least, there we go, at least another big chance. And there it is. It goes just past the goalkeeper.
Well, you said there was another chance. That's exactly what we got.
Didn't actually expect it to be that quick, in fairness.
See the shots there for a second.
Yes, was it 16 to 15 there?
31 shots in this game. I think Bitwu has just said to Stokes, all right, we'll play your game. We'll just go forward. best attacker wins. And typically, Brian Pessoa, Stokes usually comes out on top in those games.
Yep, especially when he can get these spaces down in these offensive areas.
Kika Nazareth into Maradona, twisting, turning. There's Kika, can't find the pass into Williams. And a chance with white shirts outnumbering Stokes' defence, but Saliba with a clutch interception there in the middle of the park. 6 minutes left to play. Will we be going to extra time? Will there be a winning moment for one of these two combatants? The time will tell. Stokes in the ascendancy. Maradona, offside trap comes in. McTominay finds Salma, low driven, and again Casillas saving Bitwoo. Maradona down the byline at the near post, twisting, turning, finds the space, it bundles through.
Oh my God!
He's fortunate, but Footbeat Stokes won't care because with 3 minutes to play, he leads 8-7.
Wow, boy, that is a horrible one to concede if you're bit with it. I know Stokes very well, right? Listen, he's had bad fortune or misfortune on his end a few times, but that one there is really the rub of the green. And if he can take seconds off the clock, he doesn't have to go for goal here. This is where discipline and game management comes in. Just take seconds off of the clock.
Where those years of experience.
We need it.
If you are Footbean Stokes here, goes all the way back. It's 2 additional minutes. Goes all the way to the goalkeeper. Has he gone a little bit early to Casillas? Decides to launch it long.
Oh, he's going to get one more chance, I think.
The bounce will fall Bitwoo's way. And he has one opportunity, but gives the ball straight to Salma, who launches it long. And Footbean Stokes continues his journey in the LCQ. He was trailing all game long, but he has the last laugh, 8-7. And Fuma, what a performance here, 10-6.
Wow. Fuma's finding his groove now.
I already know people are going to be looking. Is 2-go winning?
I've still got it up on my screen, just waiting. They're
still 20 minutes in.
Yeah.
A couple of results come through. Beckett Lyon victorious. Felix won his game as well, down in Pool 6. In Pool 2, Luke Downing beat Tunde. Luke Downing 1 game away from the top 32.
One goal back.
13 minutes left to play. I'm just going to look through these pools here, Ryan, if you want to let's take it away very quickly.
Of course.
See if there's any big results coming through. Danny Holt lost against Ekman.
Okay, so Ekman's 1 win away again as well. Wow.
Ekman's 1 win away, yeah.
Any update on the Tom Lees front?
Nothing yet. Nothing yet. A lot of these games like 25-ish minutes through as Hugo Sanchez gets another back.
Hold on, Rich. I was about to say before you updating that game with Ekman, 12 minutes down by 3. It's not impossible if he gets an early goal, and he's just about got one there. There's time unless Fuma can push forward and get the 3-goal lead again. I think he's about to do it off the post, rebound, and that should be game, set, and match. Fuma restoring his 3-0 lead, 3-goal lead, I should say. 11-8.
I tell you what, Seb 22, what a performance he's having. Just beat Giston, 1 game away from top 32. As Ethan Higgins and Jewel level at 4-4.
It's being hunted here.
I think I can still hear Bitwoo. He's not happy about that last goal he conceded. Understandably so. I get him as Abiro. That's
big result coming through. Okan beats Oberon. Oberon is down in the lower bracket.
Wow.
And he will play the winner of this game.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Wow. One last attack for Ethan. He's got time. Hold on a second. Look at the runner.
We were talking about an Oberyn Tom Lees potential game. Tom Lees also lost his game. Chance.
He's
couldn't quite turn away. We're going to extra time. Tom Lees lost to Snakes, meaning Snakes progresses through. We'll play Okan for a chance at the 32. And Tom Lees will play JH7 now.
It's a horrible game. Horrible, horrible game. Oh, that's lovely. It's too little too late, but the extra pass there, the way he set it up was really, really good.
Did not have that on the card. Did not have Oberyn losing that game. No disrespect to Okan, but Oberyn qualifies. Oberyn doesn't mess about in things like this. He's very similar to... I put him in the same category as someone like Tex. Tex is an unbelievable qualifier.
Yeah.
He will always be at events. And I think he always seems to come through things like this. Similar boat as Fuma. Even though he's down in the lower bracket, he continues his journey. Hugo Sanchez, a player that I had making the top 32, crashes out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's a tough one to take for Hugo Sanchez. His season comes to an end. Fuma will be up against Peter 16 in the losers round 2. Some other results as well. Harvey Walters, I don't know if you mentioned, he defeated Hugo the King. He'll be up against Ivan Nilsson in that winners semi-final last win there. Mark Marley, obviously up against Ekman. Barreto up against Encante in that lower bracket, where Galtmo Falcons, Team Falcons representative, is eliminated.
Diogo Mendes won his game against Lucas 11, meaning he is one game away. He will play R7 in that matchup. And as Ethan Higgins, just inside extra time here, goes 5-4 up, but there's plenty of time left to play, so I'm going to keep running through these games. Fonseca has just beaten Aimer Tal, and Diogo Peixoto lost his game. He plays Rampazzo.
Wow.
In a lower bracket round 2 game. Really, really tough matchmaking here.
Nick Sneb won his game. It's got confirmation of that. He's up against Bedov. Of course, we've seen it across the last couple of years as well. He's a very, very good player.
Tuga and Perkix still playing. New Bellingham, low driven, 5-5. That sounded like a Tuga shout in the background. We always knew that Phase 2, Ryan, would pick up from the 512 players. There's no buys here. There's no easy wins. But I tell you what, some of these results coming through have taken me by surprise.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh.
Higgin, knocked down.
Yeah.
Ethan Higgins back in front. Approaching the 30-minute mark is Tuga and Perkix in their game.
Can Ethan defend this well? You can see the team press activated and just toggled.
Guy Barros did win his game. He's one game away. He will play Seb 22.
That's a lovely player lock. Wow.
McTominay does have the low driven in the locker. Elects to go for it. But I tell you what, Casillas, with these footwork plus saves, has been outstanding. Same corner again. Hagen knocked down.
Oh, he's going to get lucky.
Zizo twisting, turning. Hagen not the man you want there. Salma is the player that you want in these areas. Just electing to recycle. Does a 2-goal cushion. Oh, he's just lost the ball in a dangerous area. Good tactical foul though. Pulls him down. A 2-goal cushion, even in this late in extra time, would feel decisive.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, especially with somebody like Ethan. But then he's having to defend these last moments. Incredible step there with Stam. And potential last attack. Nope. We'll be going into half-time of extra time.
Just hearing the noise here from the venue. I know a lot of people in the chat I just saw asking about Furky plays.
He's through.
He did win.
Yep. So he's in losers round 2. He'll be up against Belos in that game. Benfica's GD8 also won his game against Baudo. So he's up against Mvilik there, or Malik. He's also very, very good.
Cameron Rock beat Chasita. Cameron Rock 1 game away from qualifying into the top 32. Some games at a slightly more advanced position.
Yeah. Just looking obviously at the winner semi-final in Pool 5 at Mark Marley against Ekman. I remember speaking to Mark Marley, if you remember, after EPrem, where he had a really tough tournament in general, in fairness, from the start to the end. And I remember he was so dejected. But then I just thought, you're so good, just give it time. There is no way that the season can peter out after that, because he's shown over years that he can...
There's too much quality there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's good to see him still competing at the top there. Beautiful dribbling. Unlucky to not get a clear shot at goal there.
He was dancing through the defence, wasn't he? A couple of the games already starting to kick off, I'm seeing, actually, in the next round as well. I think Diogo Mendes has just started his qualifying game. When I have a quick look at the bracket here. Tuga and Perkix. 31 minutes on the clock. Ethan Higgins with a finesse round the goalkeeper. 7-5. That is the separation that I was talking about, Ryan.
Yeah, it's great as well with the ball roll. If you remember, he had an opportunity where he tried to do a skill move with Verts. Last minute of regulation time, he tried to do a McGeady cancel, I believe it was, and exit backwards. If he had ball rolled inside and gone for a finesse, hindsight, obviously, wonderful thing, but I think that would have led to a goal. He's done that thing here, so maybe that's something he might have taken note of, because the way Jules defending, he's defending for those skill moves backwards towards goal. Yeah. At an angle for those finesse shot opportunities, they are really, really efficient, and Ethan could seal it here.
You know exactly how this game's going to play out now, don't you? Jules going to throw bodies forward.
How has she still got the ball? That's crazy.
Salma with incredible strength. Still got the ball. What
Look at Jules' face. Look at him.
He's mind blown. Jules gets one back. Maybe put a little bit of pressure on Ethan, but he's pretty unflappable in scenarios like this, Ethan. He's got a lot of experience. He knows how to see a game out. Donnarumma with a big save. Corner to be played short to McTominay. Does give away a free kick, but it's not really a great area of the pitch. Has to play short. Edge of the box, Alphonso Davies into Maradona. He fires it into Stam's feet defensively, and only 4 minutes left on the clock. It looks to be out of reach for Jewel unless he scores from this play right now. Kika Nazareth.
The body's behind the ball.
The catalyst. There's no space there. That's a pass into Maradona, but just turns straight into him. Tuga has won his game. He moves on to the winners' semi-final to play Loops Daniel, and it will be Perkix against Buckbean Stokes.
Stokes won't be happy with that game either. He wouldn't be able to play Tuga or Perkix, but speaking to him yesterday, he says Perkix is a very, very good player. So that's going to be a tough game for him. Yeah, it looks as if unless something ridiculous happens, which it won't, Ethan will be advancing into the losers round 2. He'll be up against Oberon And the winner of that then plays either Tom Lees or JH7. This bracket is ridiculous in the lowest.
I mean, Ethan comes out of this game. It's on my shoulder on Oberon. How have you not, like, what is happening? Oberon game 2.
Oberon sending the code over. He gets out of that game, and then he's got to send the code to Tom Lees. Horrible.
Well, there you have it. Full-time results from round 1. An incredible display for all our competitors here. The LCQ throwing up shocks and surprises. Eliminations already coming in here in phase 2. Let's look at the best moments from that opening round.
Yeah, this was a tough goal it's a really tough one for Big Roo there, to concede. Obviously, Stokes, he needed that, but you see, he's incredibly frustrated at that because he knows that is and was a crucial moment in the game so late on. Fuma, that was goal at number 11. Again, slightly fortunate to come off the post straight to him to tuck it away, but he looks very, very confident going forward. And in this game between Ethan and Anders Jewel there, it ended with a victory in favour of Ethan. He advances, as we said, to play against Oberon in losers round 2 of pool 3.
Well, there you have it. We're going to go for a very short break. When we get back, we'll be getting our featured matches ready for round 2. Qualifying players will be announced and more eliminations will be coming up here at the LCQ live from Paris. This is the Road to the Esports World Cup, all part of the wider FC Pro World Championships. Who will be going into that bracket of 32? We'll find out very soon. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier live from Paris at the Expo Point de Versailles. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, alongside Ryan Pessoa, and it's about time we find some of our 32 players heading into Phase 3, Ryan, because that is what we're going to be watching now. Qualification matches.
Yep, exactly. And some of those pools have already started. That's why you might be seeing me drift over here. A few of the games are already around about the half-time, or even further in those games. You can see the arena, though, as some players are starting to take their seats for the featured matches that we're going to be focusing on as well.
And we'll also be, as we said, we'll be keeping up to date with all those games taking place throughout the lower bracket as well. You can see, for example, Footbin Stokes there in the middle of the screen. We've got plenty of competitors already locked underway in their games. We'll be doing our very best to give you the latest lowdown of what is happening, how far we are progressed in the games, and who is qualifying through. But this is the featured matchups here, and it's 3 qualification games, right?
Yeah, exactly that. You can see we are moments away from the action starting off here. There's just the last couple moments where the admins are sorting out the fine details.
We got Lucas Official, a player that has competed in the Pro Open.
But like I've seen him a lot recently.
Yeah.
A lot.
He's going to be playing up against Elias. As for pool number 2, that is the game that one of the matches we're going to be watching. You just hear the admin there in the background saying, "Can you create the lobby?" We're not far away from kicking off. Let's have a look at another of our featured games here. Elias, the player Sonarium. Bit of a surprise package, I've got to say, coming through here. One game away from the top 32, and if you get into that top 32, Ryan, I don't think it's strange to say or sort of out of pocket to say you're in a great position to make the play-ins.
You're right there. Genuinely right there.
14 out of 32.
Yep.
Nearly 50%.
Exactly, just under. So you'll be backing yourself entirely, especially even at this stage. That's the hardest part, obviously, just based on the massive amount of people that are involved. I would probably say is the original day, just to start the tournament strong and make sure that you're in your groove. Because we know some of these players, they may not have had a lot of time to practice at the contenders hall there. I know Tom Lees, for example, was trying to find places to practice in Paris and trying to find things. So just making sure you start off hot and you're in a good flow is important. And then once you get past that stage, if you're a top player anyway, that's where you get your confidence.
We do have another game taking place on the main stage, on the featured stage, shall we say. I believe it was Tuga against Loops Daniel, a game that we're going to keep an eye on. But we are underway, and it's an early pause there. Coming in straight away, no surprise.
Yeah, Lucas Official, he's taken scouts. A lot of tournaments he's played in. Thierry Henry, beautiful composure as well. Lovely work. And I wonder if there was an issue as to why the pause was queued so early. You can see an admin just looking over.
How Elias got here. He beat Phoenix in winners round 1. He then went on to beat Matem, Omalis, and Hassan Wright earlier today. I believe there is a technical issue, so if we do have any other games to go to, let's head in there. If not, we'll just go back to the shot of the hall while we wait for this game to get restarted. It might be early, Ryan, but any full-time results coming in from those games that kicked off a little bit earlier? I don't think
not yet. No, not yet.
Tom Lees is 20 minutes in already.
So he's close to it, unless it's going to go to extra time. They're not hanging about.
All of Pool 4 has just kicked off. Most of Pool 5 has kicked off. Pool 6, we're waiting for Tuga and Luke's Daniel. I think that's going to be one of our featured games. As for Pool 7, all the matches are underway. And down in Pool 8, also, all 6 games are going. Just waiting for things to resolve here, Ryan.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, obviously, from where we are remote, what the issue is or was, but there obviously was a pause that was queued in. I didn't know how much of an emergency it was. See, Tuga sat down now.
I saw Powers in action. Taking on Blacks.
I think this is this a lower side matchup?
Let me have a quick look. So Power. Just trying to find him in one of the pools.
We're underway anyway in this one, a few minutes in. Yeah, this is Pool 4, losers round 2 for this matchup.
Yes.
I think the other ones are just waiting to get underway as well for the Tuga matchup. It's a chance.
Not seen too much of ISO Power. I think we watched one game of Blacks over the last couple of days as well. So both these two players have played, quote unquote, on stream. I don't think there's any difference though, is there really, Ryan? You're just going to a different table.
Yeah.
It's not like we're back in Budapest. Great finish there at the near post. Sorry, Bucharest.
Different room.
Where you go to a different room and it'd be silent.
Yeah.
Did you ever make it into there?
Played against Alex Danny there.
Oh yeah, I bet it went silent when he was playing.
That guy was roaring the whole time. That's the only thing you could hear.
I do remember the Bucharest, the big room, everyone in there playing the qualifiers. The Elite Series as well at Fulham Broadway and the old cinema screens. We have some good memories in there.
It's a big opportunity here. Look at the run from Jude Bellingham. He's found him. It's good defending and good jockeying though. From ISO Power, he can start an attack of his own.
Ukabakio, a player that we've seen quite a lot used throughout those couple of days. Jude Bellingham in the 10. Nice passing to Peak and Nazareth. An opportunity just to go straight through the gap, but Emmanuel Petit with a clutch sliding tackle. Needed to be as well. Are we seeing a little bit more Maradona today?
Yeah, definitely. It's featuring.
I'm sure that Maradona is a good pick if the players who made it through to phase 2, we're seeing more of him. Jude Bellingham at the near post, levels up the tie 1-1. He's
definitely a good pick. Obviously, he's got 5 playstyle pluses, and I think all 5 are usable, and I think they will have their impact in the game. I just like my attacking players at this stage of the game cycle to have everything that I want.
There's no excuse to be missing things at this point.
Yeah, like no low driven. Like I'm not even asking for the playstyle plus. Just the base playstyle for me, that's crazy.
You're a player who, you competed for at the very top level for half a decade, 17 through 22, 23. What's the worst game to lose in terms of obviously qualifying games are really disappointing as Black scores 2 and up there, but is it that winners qualifying match? Because then you've got to go down to the losers bracket where you're coming against people who's already They won games.
Yeah, those games are hard, especially you're talking about the game to make it in the upper bracket.
Yeah.
That's probably
like
the worst one to make. That's the worst one. But because you kind of know that the person who there is a very good chance that person who you're up against has won at least 3 or 4 games before your game, and then you just come off of a loss. You may have to wait as well, like maybe an hour or so for the games to catch up and everything. Yeah, that's the worst, because you can just get caught cold and then you're stunned.
Because for some players, I think there's games that you don't mind losing. For example, the FC Pro Open. Look, everyone wants to win every game they play, but if you get to the top 8 of the Pro Open and you guarantee an FC Pro World Championship spot, for example, or you get to the top 4 of the Pro Open but don't make the final, but you guarantee the Pro Open the year after, you sort of go, okay, I don't mind it. Chance 3-1. Or you're playing in domestic league and you're losing the semi-final, but you get for example, the FC Pro La Liga, you get the World Championship spot, you get some prize money, you don't make it to the final, but the quarterfinal is the game that you can't lose.
Do you know what it is? It's the good save. They didn't get enough power on it. It's dependent on the stage of the season, because at the start, let's say you're in the FC Pro Open and you're 1 win away from getting that World Championship spot. You lose that game, you feel like the world's ending, because it's like now you have to play out the whole season with pressure, and that pressure amplifies because when you get to another scenario where you're 1 win or a couple wins away, naturally you're just going to be thinking, oh, I've lost this round before. So them losses are really hard to overcome, especially if you're a player that hasn't overcome those losses before, and it's just the first time that you've tasted those levels of defeat. It's difficult.
Looking over the results coming through here, we do have one result, and it's ASM Rossoneri beating Felix 23. He will play the winner of Stokes and Perkins in losers round 3. We can jump on over to another game in pool 3. That's Tuga and Loops Daniel. They've just kicked off. Let's see how they're starting.
I believe we've got our first person that's qualified, Rich, and it's come in pool 8.
Go ahead.
Our good friend Diogo Mendes defeated Foot R7, and he's advanced straight through into that top 32. Foot R7 is in that losers quarterfinal, so he's got one more game to make it into phase 3, which he has to wait for. This is what I mean. There's 2 rounds before that. You see what I'm saying? So now you're sat cold and you're just going to be dwelling on the fact that you lost that game.
And I'll double up. I'll give you another player. Okan beat Oberon and now has just beat Snakes.
Wow.
Okan has qualified into the top 32.
It's flying. Congratulations to both of these players. Trying to remember the event that I recognized Daniel from, and this is the problem, which because so many regions and events. Why do I'm just trying.
Berkey plays, continues his losers bracket journey, beat Belos, and now will play the winner of Yassine and Luca NR1. Tom Lees is entering the 30th minute of his game right now, in terms of in-game, real-life time. So extra time must have been needed. Daniel leading 1-0 here against Tuga. Loops Daniel.
Malik has defeated GD8 in that losers round 3 of pool 7. Hold on a second as Daniel tries to put together an attack. It's getting swarmed on the edge of the box there by Tuga's midfield and defence.
A little dink over the top there, but good defending from Mike Pubel to be in the right place at the right time. Continuing to look through the brackets here. Trying to provide you with all the updates, all the moments. Who's qualified through and who needs a couple more wins. Balmer down the left-hand side, bursting into space. She has been outstanding. We usually give like an MVP of the weekend. I think it's got to be a dual award. Pika Nazareth and Salma.
Yeah.
Together, the dynamic duo.
Dangerous anytime they get near the box. I can't believe how strong Salma is. Like, on the ball, you can't really get her off it. Even with Bruiser kicking in and everything, she just fights. I thought I was destined to find the back of the net there.
But being Stokes does leave the tournament. Perkix has defeated him. Losers round 2 is where Stokes will be eliminated from the tournament.
Another player that has made it through. I'll bring it up after this attack comes to a close. Nixneb defeating Rockbed. So he advances through the winner's side of Pool 7 into that top 32. And it'll be Rockbed waiting to play the winner of Ferky Plays, who's already in losers round 3, and then Luca NR1 against Yasin to get into that game to play Ferky Plays.
Yeah, big congratulations to Nixneb. He's been working hard since all year, but especially since the Premier League, has one back there for Elias to half deficit. I don't know what is happening in that Tom Lees JH7 game. 33 minutes they've been playing for.
Surely. Yeah, it has to be a goal. Lucas Official 4-2 up.
With ball into the box there. Tell you what, Hegem though, if he can get up, that aerial fortress kicks in. There you go. You just heard that from the announcement there in the venue. 2:30 will be your top 32.
Yeah, so it's about 1:30 our time, about an hour and a half.
Yeah. Ball down the line. Parejo just can't quite sneak it through the gap. Rebound falls. Nice as well.
Quite a few risky passes, but he's turned defense to attack very, very well. It's good defending in the end. Dudu defeating Diogo Borges in that losers round 2 of Pool 3. He'll be up against Jota PB.
Lovely ball there into Florian Wirtz. Thierry Henry down the byline. I'm not a big fan of that Henry wide mid. I think there's just better options.
Sure, I was going to say surely not. She's about to get there. I'm surprised Saka's is not the given choice there for me. Right, man. Have an update as well. Ololito, I don't know if you said it already, has made it through to that top 32.
Congratulations. So I know that, again, I think we saw him on Wiki Wednesdays not too long ago talking about competing, and if he, I think it was a very honest comment just about he doesn't feel as though he's at the level and he's put a lot of time, and it looks like he has put that time in, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely, you can tell, because for him to take out some top names along the way, I think Ololito's he's a confidence player as well. So once he gets into his groove, he's very difficult to stop.
Giston is in losers round 3. He just beat Phoenix. In pool 3, I know people asking about this Tom Lees game. If the admin's fallen asleep, or we play the longest game of FC ever, they're about to enter the 37th real-life minute of that game. Even on 9-minute halves, that's a long game.
Let's say regulation 90 minutes, just including the pauses and the replays and let's skip the replay. So let's say up to 21, 22 minutes. The extra 14 minutes. It's got to be penalty. It has to be a penalty. It has to unless there was a delay.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Auburn and Ethan also underway. 23 minutes in their game, real life time. So probably in the last 10.
Passing lane was closed to the bottom of your screen there. Sam was making a powering run. If Daniel can score before half time, be in a very strong position. Beautiful play as well to get that ball in. Just a little fake to cut back and then just a triggered run. He plays it into her. 3-1. Tuga is in a spot of bother in this game now.
Certainly is. And we're approaching half time here. It means Tuga would go down into a matchup against the winner of Berkey Lion or Diogo Pareto or Abu Fouazi. That's a really
nasty, that is.
Tough quadrant. Two big results coming through. Oberon beating Ethan Higgins. JH7 beating Tom Lees.
The UK players just falling short in that most recent round. See, JH7 up against Oberon. Winner of that plays against Rafa.
Ibaros qualifies through. Antonini Gabriel beat Hassan Wright. Jude Bellinger with a strike on the edge of the box. 5-4 with not long left to play. Luke Downing has just lost to Labrede, meaning that Luke Downing is in the losers quarter-final, 1 game away from going through. All of Pool 4 is still underway. Alongside that, all of Pool 5 still playing. The prizes with what we're seeing here, Ryan. Fonseca's just been match Krulemain.
That's a big result. That game's really hard to call prior to it. So I rate Max very highly.
I told you about Diogo Peixoto and Rampazzo as well.
Yeah.
It's the Brazilian Rampazzo who's come through it. So is the Esports representative. He's in the same quadrant as Max Kuhlemeyer. Near post. Lovely finish from Blacks. And this is an elimination game, we have to remind you. Loser goes home.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for ISO Power. Oh, I was about to say he's won the ball back. Hold on a second. Just sort of ricocheting all around that midfield area, and it should be. Oh, again, maybe I've jinxed it, but it should be Blacks that's able to keep possession, which he doesn't. ISO Power has an opportunity to put together an attack. Neto just steps in with that crucial interception. That should be enough. That is offside, I believe. It was just in the opponent's half. Sebaluoni winning a game in the lower side of Pool 4 against Ayadza. He's going to be up against the winner of Chusita and Dennis. We should be getting final results in Pool 4 very, very shortly. Roland CR7, who was the player that I said was one of my two favourite players that I watched across the last 2 days.
You know who plays, the winner of this game plays? LJR Pashotto.
Yep, just saw that. Big win for him against FHDJ of Twisted Minds.
You talked about Mark Marley. He has beaten Ekman. Mark Marley goes through, and alongside that, it's a double because Harvey Waters has beaten Ivan Ilson. Harvey Waters and Mark Marley into the top 32.
Massive, massive results.
Listen to this for a 4 sort of quadrant here as Vitinha steps inside. It's going to fall nicely for him. Even Ilson is in the losers quarterfinal.
Yep.
The 4 players who he could potentially face in that qualifying game: Danny Hulk, Fernino, Beef 16, Boomer.
Nasty. Horrible, horrible potential matchups there. Chusita won his game against Dennis. So Dennis is eliminated. Chusita advances to loser round 3, where he will be playing against Sebaluoni. A lot of those losers round 3s are underway as well. Sorry.
Pool 6 won.
Big win for him. Massive
So he
win.
will play Berkey Lion with the loser of Tuga and Daniel waiting the winner of that game. All 3. Luke's official. Still leading here. Could the FC Pro Open experience, could the VBL experience pull him through here? Chance to seal it off the post.
Wow. It's a lifeline. How quick he's pushed forward here.
Been stretched, Ryan. Been very stretched. Who does this favour? Would you rather be the player leading or the player trailing?
In this
when
moment,
the game becomes like this?
Winning for sure. Just because you know your opponent is going to be pushing bodies forward. Well, reference wasn't going to give a foul for a second. You know your opponent's going to be pushing bodies forward. If you can remain composed, easier said than done. You do have options.
Couple more updates.
Yep.
Cameron Rock victorious into the top 32. He beat Ma 43, and FC St. Pauli Kamal beat Roland CR7.
So that could be a matchup for Roland against Chusita or Sebaluoni. That is really difficult. Same for Omar there against Blacks or LJR. This game, however, has completely pulled away from Tuga. Daniel 5-1 up.
What really happened to Tuga, does it? We don't see him lose like this heavily. But he has been dismantled here by Daniel.
struggling to get through.
Yeah, he is. I was just about to say, there's no space there.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And
look at that.
Tell you what, there's a lot of space for Salma.
I think Casillas got a touch on that, right?
He's got a touch on it.
That's crazy. Wow. It's a huge roll. Whoa. Granit Xhaka with a power shot near post.
Flashbacks. Emre Yilmaz did that, didn't he, back in the day? At 23. Henry! 5-4. We're in for a jam-packed final 7 minutes here. Last opportunity here for Lucas to seal the tie. Vitinha just take a touch. I think he had so much more time than maybe he thought.
Thought he was going to play the extra pass across again to Salma. I think he was just about to get ahead of the defender.
Vitinha fired into Henry. There's the first touch plus activating.
Just have to keep the ball.
Is there enough time on the clock here just to whittle this timer down?
Yeah, because I think it'll be a max +2, but it's a massive win there. So he'll have a little bit of time there. Takes the yellow card with the tactical foul. But it shouldn't be long left there. Maximum, in my opinion, 2 minutes added on.
I think he's going to score.
Oh, that's a crucial tackle.
Still think he's going to score.
I hate having the ball in these positions.
Yeah.
I hate it.
So risky. And then if you go back to the goalkeeper, you clear it long.
You clear it.
Straight back at
yeah,
you.
yeah. He's done really well. That's great work.
Done enough.
That's
As
really,
Luke's
really well
official.
done.
The experience comes through trumps in the end. Luke's official with a huge victory. You can see El Pasciotto lurking in the background because he knows he's going to be stepping up next for a spot to continue here at the last chance qualifier. Big names are falling. Nobody is safe here in Paris. Only the best will prevail.
Don't know if we're able to see the closing moments of that Tuga Daniel game or if it's already completed. And so they're currently in a pause in that game, so we'll be joining that very, very shortly and right on cue. It's still 5-1, and it's a big tackle.
It's just a surprising result, isn't it? It's not a result that you look at and think, I expected this as Daniel goes 6-1 up.
He's really good. But just from what we've seen, the small glimmers of him going forward, because a lot of it has just been Tuga, edge of the box, trying to find the space, the openings, and there hasn't been any. Daniel looks very, very good.
I'm just having a look at his, getting a bit of information on him. Looks like he's from Brazil, and you always know whenever there's a Brazilian at an event that you might not have seen too much around, it's a dangerous prospect.
He's competed at an event before, but I just can't remember what it was. It's at least a year or maybe 2 years ago. I just can't remember which one.
Give away the penalty. and does slot it home. 7. Yes, you heard that right. Daniel 7, Tuga 1. Dominant display from Daniel. And Tuga will have to go down into the lower bracket, where he will play the winner of Abu Fawzi and Burkett Lyon. It doesn't get any easier for Tuga if he wants to make it into that top 32.
Sorry, I know I've just been sat silent for a little while. I knew it was from 2023 playoffs. That's where I recognised it from. I've actually just been digging deep that long to try and find the data there. But a very, very comfortable victory in this game.
Wow. 8-1. How do you come back from this from Tuga?
In a weird way, I know I've mentioned this a few times in some things. When the game's gone early, you're kind of checked out compared to, let's say, you lost 5-4 last minute or lost on penalties. He's probably reset from before, knowing that the chances of him coming back are slim to none. So he'll just be able to reset. He's got a big potential game anyway against the winner of Abu Fawzi or Berke Lion, but it's going to be Daniel advancing into that top 32, winner side of Pool 6. Tuga just wasn't at the races. Yeah, that is
going into that next game.
Yeah. Let's go over to this one to see the replays here of Isopower against Blacks. Of course, for Isopower, it was a difficult one to take in the end. And it was a late goal, but it wasn't enough as Lucas Official advances to the next round. And we saw the ending stages of this one here. Daniel, resounding victory over Tuga.
Incredible. Well, there you have it. We'll be wrapping up the couple of the pools here and a couple of players crashing out. As you can see, Guy Barros and Lucas Official progressed through from Pool 1. Xeb22 and Elias both, after losing, still have an opportunity to go through but face tough opposition.
Yeah, exactly that. We'll take a look at Pool 2 here to see the players that have advanced. Of course, you mentioned LeBrady defeating Luke Downing. He's made it through to phase 3. Honor also in that position, and you can see how it filters down into the lower side of the bracket. Faku Cohen will be playing Tendi there, which will be a massive game. We'll try and get updates when we can.
Yeah, on that game, Tundi lost.
Wow. That was Gravison's pick to make it.
Call Me Mod won. So, Faku Cohen against Call Me Mod playing now. And in Pool 3, you saw there a very quick flash up on the screen. As for Pool 4, Cameron Rock and Kamal go through. Roland and Mar awaiting the winner of Black Shell Jab Soto and Chasita Seblayuni.
Let's take a look at Pool 5, where we saw Harvey Waters. He's made it through the winner side after defeating Ivan Nilsson. He'll be up against Marley later on, and Mark Marley defeating Ekman. And Ekman will be waiting to see the winner of Encanteo Hugo the King. Because Benigno against Fuma there as well plays the Ivan Nilsson there, who is waiting in the wings.
In Pool 6, for me, this is the pool of the tournament so far. The Ferrari Dad beating Big. He goes through with Daniel, and then look at that bottom sort of quadrant. Abi Fwazi, Berkey Lion, winner plays Tuga. Rossinieri versus Perkix, winner plays Big. Only 2 can go through, but who will it be? We'll find out very soon. Pool 7, how are we looking?
Yeah, Pool 7, we saw Nixnep defeating Bedov there, so he's made it through alongside Focus Beast. And the bottom side there, Luca NR1 against Ferky Plays, that's already started. That's about 12 minutes real life time in. Same with Malik against Saddam Souza at the bottom. So we'll be getting winners from that very, very shortly. And of course, Bedov representing Rock, he is waiting with Likapu as well, sorry, in the losers quarter final.
As for Pool 8, it's Diogo Mendes and Fonseca both going through, where we wait for Ivan Tal and Luca.
It's the first one of the weekend, you know. I was expecting a bit more than that.
We're shaking. And Max Kulimaya waiting for the winner of Rampazzo and Luca 11.
Tournament starting to take shape, starting to see players getting their top 32 spots, and of course big eliminations and big rounds coming up shortly. You can see there Fuma. That stage there is unbelievable. Fuma, Fanino, there you go. LJR preparing, Abu Fawzi, Berkey Lion as well.
Well, not sure with the players sat down if we're going to go to a break or we're just going to carry through here. I think we will go to a break while the players get set up, get the codes ready and get themselves refreshed for the next round. It's going to be very short, but when we get back, we'll see those games that we just previewed in action. Who's going to be continuing here at the LCQ and who is going to be going home? We'll find out after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, gotta get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier live from Paris at the Point de Expo here in Versailles. Point de Expo Versailles in Paris. You join myself, Richard Buckley, alongside Ryan Pessoa, and the action has been very, very strong today, Ryan. The last 2 days were a little bit stop-start. Today has been non-stop action. Really, really impressed by what we've seen, and it's only going to continue as we get into the losers bracket now to find out who is going to be making the last couple of spots in the top 32.
Exactly. Some big upsets, some huge victories as well. And we are moments away from kickstarting our featured games for the losers round 3. You can see the arena and you can definitely hear it as well.
Absolutely. I love the announcer.
Yeah.
We saw a couple of the games that we might be watching here before the break. It looked like Boomer would be one of our featured games.
Yep.
In Pool 5, he'll be taking on Fernino, with the winner playing Eva Nilsson. As for Eljar Peixoto, we've not seen a lot from him today, but he will now be stepping into one of those featured matchups, taking on Blake's, who we watched earlier on today for FC St. Pauli.
Yeah, exactly. So his victory against ISO Power, which was a huge one. See, the admin's asking if the players are ready, and the 2 nods from either side of the setup there. Also, keep an eye on it for Twisted Minds Abifauzi up against Berke Lion. That is a massive, massive game.
Yeah, it certainly is. What other matches actually already underway? M4 Malik, M4 Lick beat Saddam Hussein, and now he will play Likapoo for an opportunity to make the top 32.
So as well, Rossoneri defeated Perkix. Of course, Perkix representing Hamburg. He was the one that eliminated Footbin Stocks in losers round 2. He's now out of the tournament, and it'll be big against Rossoneri to see who advances into that top 32 through the losers side of Pool 6.
JH7 and Oberon underway. Winner of that plays ex-Rafa. You just heard the admin say there, yes, you can start. So we're going to be getting this game underway very shortly indeed.
Guys, are you ready? Okay, start your game.
I
think you'd be a good admin. Right.
Yeah, my ruling was, you guys ready? Someone says no, all right, eliminated. You're through. Done.
Are you ready? No? Okay, rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, literally, let's get it over and done with, guys.
Well, we are. There's only a few matches left. If you do exclamation mark bracket in the chat, you might actually be able to find the bracket that we are playing here, but it tells you a percentage of how far each individual sort of pool has been completed. A lot of these pools are really far on, 77% in all of them. So it goes to show that we've only got probably one maybe game left in each of the pools before we go into knockout bracket play with the 32 players later on this afternoon.
You mentioned that LGR never does things the easy way. No, I always mention about if you're a player that obviously is very, very good in Blake says is an incredible competitor, but it's just, I know the later you go into tournaments, you're expecting to play top players. That is a great Travella there into that top corner, but I just still think you just hate to see LJR. It's just a thing where you just don't really want to play.
That fear factor.
Yeah,
But
oh gosh.
even if they're not playing well, you don't want to match them.
Yeah.
Because these players are too good to not play well an entire tournament. At some point, it will click into place as El Peixoto equalises straight from the kickoff.
He really loves that kickoff there. You know, the one where you trigger the run for the fullback, you play it long, you activate the player lock there for the knockdown. And then once you win that header, or if you win that header, there's so much space in the middle, because if you've triggered the runs there, you've got your attacking mid, or in a 4-5-1, you've got your 2 centre mids maybe out of the 3 that are running forward.
Lates unable to fire that ball into the space. Maxence Lacroix steps in. Would he be one of your two centre backs, Lacroix?
I think for me, this could be a goal. Beautiful finish, near post, low driven. It would be Maldini +1. It could even be Stanley.
Yeah. I think Stam's a really, really solid shout there. Let's have a look at what else is happening in this featured round of fixtures here. I believe it was Abi Fouazi in action, another player representing Twisted Minds. He's up against Berkey Lion. Believe me, Abi Fouazi is behind that monitor. The camera's just a little bit high.
In.
Yeah. Abi Fouazi is he's all the way up to the monitor. Berkey Lion, a player that we've had the opportunity to watch many a time.
Whoa, that went through. Wow, I genuinely did not expect that pass to go through.
How?
I honestly have no idea. One way to take the lead.
About Berkey Lion, if it doesn't necessarily go his way, sometimes the emotions might get the better of him. We've seen it before.
We were there in Germany, throwing haymakers at that desk.
The desk got a love tap or two. Nice blow in around the box. Jude Bellingham just can't quite shake through. Intrigued to see both of these two's gameplay over this weekend. We've not had the opportunity to watch either of them really at any sort of prolonged length as Abi Fouazi fires it past the goalkeeper. No low driven, no finesse about that, just sheer power.
Yep. Could argue again, do you think the defender would get there? But I think it's fair after what you conceded down the other end. Ooh, it's a bit fortunate that it fell into the open space.
Couple of results to bring you. Pool 1, Antonini Gabriel is out. Amir beats him. He will play Seb 22 for a chance to qualify. And Oberon, I'm about... Bless you.
Bless you.
Oberon beat JH7.
Okay, so he's in the losers quarter final.
Yep. As for Pool 4, we don't have any updates from Chasita or Sebaleone, but we do have an update from Abi Fouazi as Salma Parejo low-drivens him into the lead.
So many options going forward there with the way he played it and triggered the run, and also how aggressive Berkey was defending. That double tap pass. He's watching it back. You'll see here, he's built up. I think the issue here is playing in these areas. He loses the ball. He's triggered or was controlling Lacroix there, so you can see it becomes like a 3-on-2 counter attack. And then when your centre back's that high up the pitch, you've already triggered a full-back or two. You're in big trouble.
Luca NR1 has beaten Furky Plays. He will now take on Rok Bedov in a qualifying matchup. Luca NR1. Many people earlier on this year, what finish that is in off the crossbar. Said he was the best Pro Clubs player on the planet. He's now looking to be the best Ultimate Team player on the planet. One game away from the top 32. Let's just see this attack come in before we jump away from it. It doesn't fall to Berkey Lion. We're going to jump on over to Fernino and Fuma. See who's started the better over there. And it is Fernino, 1-0 up. ball down the line. Into Kika Nazareth. Looks for finesse on the angle. A little bit wide there from Fuma. You've never really been into pro clubs, have you, Ryan?
No, never. I know you're a big fan.
I am.
That enforcer.
I keep it ticking in the midfield. That's my job. I just keep it moving. Oh, off the bar. Post, bit of everything from Firmino. It's a difficult thing to do if you are, like, a lot of people, very, very good Ultimate Team players. It's a definite transition to play clubs as well. I know Shells was probably the most famous case of doing both.
Yeah, he loves pro clubs.
I actually played a tournament recently with RSD up top.
To win it?
No. Unfortunately, no. But we had fun.
Is that on? Is it? Yeah, just off? Yeah, just offside.
Free kick, dangerous area.
Gotta shoot. Surely, right?
Runs over it.
He's going to play it short.
I still think just a direct shot there.
I'm just a big fan of direct free kicks. When you're in range, just expect a shot. Gets the corner though, finesse near post, and that is a goal for Fuma.
Yeah, look, he's putting out the bag of tricks, isn't he? Corner to the edge, knocks it down. Maybe not the most conventional one, but gets the extra pass through, and finesse there at the near post worked perfectly for him. Oh, that sounded like it was right on the next booth.
Yeah, that's next.
We're watching here. I'm going to guess Abu Fouazi. Oh. Benito won't care one bit. But it's not the nicest goal, is it?
That was a really aggressive offside trap there. That could have easily worked against Firmino there.
We head back to where we started this round.
Let's do it.
I don't. Have we seen El Japa shot up yet? Here he is, 4-2 down. No, they were just about to approach half time. Just banged my hand on my desk. Maradona into Jude Bellingham, back to Maradona, back to Kika, back to Maradona. Beautiful play, and the finish is there.
That's lovely, that is. Just before half time as well. Perfect time to score.
That's a really good goal. Like a really good goal. Abu Fouazi, maybe the shout did come from him because he's leading 4-2. Just going back to what we were talking about earlier, I am surprised Shell's never got you in on pro clubs.
I think we maybe
especially when your teammates.
Oh, during the time, but nah, it just never appealed to me.
Where do you think you'd play? I could see you centre half.
I'd play centre half.
I could see you centre half. I used to play with a couple of people who also competed. Remember Lewis H?
Yeah.
Finesse into the far corner. There's Berkey Lion. He used to be really good. And Money Mitch loves a centre-back shift. Centre-back, CDM. Mitch will try and control the game.
Play a lot. Wow. Again, just before half-time, 5-3.
Abu Fouazi leads as we approach the break. Let's see what else is happening then. Firmino 2, Fuma 2.
Of course, winner of
Corner
this
going to be
game.
good.
Winner of this game does play Ivan Nilsson. Let's see, the corner doesn't lead to anything. Charlton being selected there for Firmino. I haven't seen him at all this weekend. Envinia
Pateas as well. Not the most common item used. Salma with a fantastic first touch. And the finish. Exquisite.
She's actually insane. So good.
Onside?
Ooh, it looked like it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Ooh, it's
worked,
just about.
but I don't like it.
Same.
I don't like it at all.
I would have just gone for a finesse around the keeper there.
With Saka, just
All
open
day.
up left-footed finesse.
Yeah.
The action has been delivering all day long. Bobby Charlton slides through Salma. The result is ominous when she goes in on goal. Is she the best player on the game? It feels like it, doesn't it?
She's been the best player in this tournament to have easily. Up there for me. She's been the most impactful with her goals and just everything.
She's so strong, so quick.
Jude Bellingham's been great as well. Same with Kika, but I think what she's doing in front of goal is, unreal. Look back here, lengthy. Yeah, oh my gosh.
Could have gone anywhere as well. Could have gone anywhere. He's in again there, through the space. Look at Salma at the bottom of the pitch if he decides to go there. I think it's where that ball will end up with Kika Nazare.
Ooh.
Good save from Casillas. Corner whipped in. Hagen forced to clear. Bobby Charlton leading the counter-attack. That pass has gone through.
What's messed him up there is the animation.
Yeah,
Hagen thinking
fall to the floor.
yeah, he can intercept it. And, oh my gosh, the directness towards the byline didn't end up sneaking past the goalkeeper. A corner though.
Played short. Yap Stam, twisting, turning. Araujo, Stam again. Finds Iniesta with the finesse. 4-4. Perfectly poised as we go into half-time.
Yeah, to think Fuma went 4-2 up moments ago, ended up conceding from the kickoff and then just before half-time, so he will be devastated. Let's jump back over. Plus versus LJR here, and it is LJR leading 5-4. Was LJR 4-2 down? I can't remember. We've bounced across multiple games. I can't remember, but I believe he was losing 4-2. So he is now 5-4 up. Turn there, and it makes it 5-5. Jude Bellingham with that low-driven finish. And the trademark celebration to match.
Yeah, it was 4-2, Ryan. LJR was losing this game. So what? 4-4 for Nina Fuma. 5-5 LJR Blacks.
And Abu Fawzi, we will get updates on very, very shortly. Twisting and turning in the box, a bit congested, but almost get it out. Saka wins it high up.
Once teammates Fuma and LJR lifted the E-League and title together, could be a double elimination for the former teammates. Let's go to that Abu Fawzi game if we can. See how he is progressing in his match. In action in pool 6, I believe it was. Abu Fawzi against Berkey Lion. If we can go there.
We're in a pause. They're just a bit of VOD reviewing.
It looks like 6-5.
I think so. He's upset with the animation Abu Fawzi there that Araujo did have.
5-5, sorry. 5-5, 5-5, 4-4. Am I seeing those results right?
Yeah, really close games.
Crazy games. Someone just left a smoke machine. Salman! Finesse at the near post.
Slowed down a little bit. I thought could have taken an extra touch and just shot it across goal, especially with keeper movement. Yes, it makes a little difference. It's a tiny step, but still expect them to score.
Hagen with aerial fortress. The only player really that can compete at that back post. What a pass that is.
Just off. Just.
Yeah. Never doubt Ryan.
Line
Used
up.
to be a linesman. Runs the line on a Sunday. That's why we're starting a little bit later tomorrow. Thinking the Sunday League in.
That's on though. And that is a finish. That is a poor offside track.
What do you always say? You're not really offside track when the ball's going to come forward.
Whenever your opponent has an angle that they can play a pass forward with accuracy, never offside trap. That was a rule that a lot of people said years ago, and I feel like it still rings true now because, as you can see there, what can happen if you do that? They've got bodies running forward, your players are stepping forward, they time it correctly, and then you're in big trouble. For them to miss that opportunity is just, it's not going to happen.
Especially with how good passing play styles are. Like, the passing play styles are probably the strongest play styles on the game in terms of the impact they actually have on the game.
Changes everything.
Yeah. Frankie de Jong. What a save. What a save. Let's see how Fuma and Firmino are progressing. They were just at half time when we left it. Simican coming on at right back. And Fuma leads 5-4 as we join it. Yeah, you're not watching simulation. That is 5-5 once again in a game that we're commentating. Incredible. Salma intercepted there. And Fuma will come forward. Lovely extra pass. Got to score. Will score the rebound. Slightly fortunate.
Of that pass there with the player lock.
Yeah. It's really nice, was it? Do you think Fuma's one of those players as well that it takes him maybe a game or two just to get going?
Yeah, because he's looking very good going forward right now.
I feel like we always see him in losers brackets though.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I'll not forget E-Champions League 2024, I think it was, where he went 0-3 on day one and then won 3 games on day 2 to go through the groups.
The run, that looks close. I think it's just on.
Onside.
Yeah. Wide. Missed. Oh, Lord. That is a... Wait.
Free kick?
Oh, he gets a free kick.
You just... If it's on target, it goes in. But now he's put 6 in the wall.
I still think you got to go for goal there.
I won't go that side.
I wouldn't go... No.
Side.
He's played it short.
You need to start charging people and coaching free kick sessions, Ryan.
I think free kicks are so viable this year.
I also like that on the left, a left footer.
Yeah.
And just go up and over the wall.
The runners here for this counter-attack. Charlton at the top goes to De Jong instead.
Watch that run out. Bottom of the pitch. Good reception. Ball's coming in from Firmino. Once this pause has come in, we'll jump to another game and just see how the matches are starting to take shape here. Only 20 minutes left to play before our final round of phase 2, before we move into phase 3.
Starting to get a bit nervy in this game. You think that a goal for Fuma here would
Settle.
Yeah, would really, really go a long way in seeing that and figuring out who would become victorious in this one, especially if it can come now from this attack.
It's a similar story, Ryan, for what we've seen most of the day. Two players just constantly chasing each other all game long.
Yeah.
And when that player does get that little bit of separation, typically then we see 9-6, 10-6.
Yeah, they go. Yeah, they run away from it with it. Run away.
Let's jump to another game. Whichever match is most progressed, I would say. I imagine it's probably going to be LJR Peixoto in his game. Abi Fawaz in the 80. So I'm hearing that LJR Peixoto has finished. And it might be a little bit of a shock, potentially. We're just waiting for the full-time result on that as we wait for Abi Fawaz and Berkey Lion 7-7 right now. And we're seeing that full-time result coming through. Blake's has won 7-6 against LJR Peixoto. LJR Peixoto eliminated from the last chance qualifier. Will not be at the FC Pro World Championships. It's a big shock, that noise, isn't it, Ryan?
It's a massive shock. Not only to us, but I think especially to Sergio himself. He'd be devastated. He will be devastated. He's had opportunities this season in, obviously, La Liga, obviously Pro Open as well. It's just not been the standard of what we associate with him.
Is it that sometimes just the game just doesn't suit you?
Yeah, it is. That's it. Even though it's minor tweaks, like it's not like it's a major difference, but that doesn't play a factor. And it's an extra pass that was read very, very well.
Which for me just goes to show, I think there is sort of levels how consistently Manu, Emre, Anders, Levy, Nicholas, these guys at the very top, no matter
Different
what
level.
game it is, they're at the top.
They're able to adapt
Matthias
so well.
Bonanno, for example, in Premier League, like, no matter what game we play, they seem to be winning.
If he had played that pass to Jude Bellingham, that would have been an unreal way to go 8-7 up. But, I mean, to whoever was running in the box with Jude Bellingham, I believe, there. But yeah, I agree. Just having that capability to adapt as well is a massive favour or thing in your favour to have when going into new game cycles. Especially if you're able to do it at the start. Some people are better than others at the start, holding a second.
Jude Bellingham, chance.
Too far wide. It's going to fall into Abi Fawzi last attack.
As someone who's played a lot, right, and very quickly, how hard is it to adapt from year to year?
See, I feel, like, again, it depends person to person, but for me, at the start of the year, let's say, for example, from 2019 to 2020, that was a big difference. So, like, for me, it takes a while to get used to.
And then 18 to 19.
Yeah, you know, it's a big, it takes a little while.
Abi
And I think
Fawzi.
it's, well, hold on a second,
Sorry
actually.
to jump in there, Ryan. Chance to win it.
He's got him.
Vicky Lopez finish, and he does win it. And look at that reaction.
Wow. The moment he got that pass across there, I thought if he goes for the extra pass, it's going to get intercepted. And he didn't. You saw the power bar go up there and then the shooting arrow there going to that top corner. Vicky Lopez with the winner. Abi Fawzi, what a victory there, Rich. Wow.
Incredible from Abi Fawzi. Last second winner. Look at the forefront of the picture there. If you're Firmino and Fuma, how are you not getting distracted? I'm looking over going, what's happening up there? Firmino 6, Fuma 7. with only 5 minutes left to play.
Got Evan Nilsson waiting in the wings. It's just off. See the pause cued in. I wonder what's going to be changed. They'd expect Fernandinho just put bodies forward. He's made a lot of his changes already. Nothing
Will there be a
changed.
chance? There's always one chance, isn't there? Fernandinho. Extra pass round the corner. You're seeing a bit more reaction from Abu Fawzi there with the winning
Big
goal.
slide. Is that directional not maybe tried to that touch? Did you look like
Looked
from years
or
ago?
double tap R2 maybe, or I don't know. All Fernandinho here. Jude Bellingham through the gap. Keegan Azref back to Jude. He went near post.
Wins it. That's a massive, massive win for Fuma. Doesn't need to do anything extravagant here. Just resort to game management. Keep the ball. And he will be advancing into that losers quarterfinal game against Evan Nilsson. Keeper's been brought
Yeah, game over.
all the way out.
Fernandinho.
It's just
He's offside.
oh, it's because the keep. Yeah.
Oh my God,
Oh my
genius.
God, yeah.
It's
Of
genius.
course. It's unreal. No. Oh my
Again.
gosh.
He's missed again.
Great composure from that is so, I didn't actually think about that because obviously when the keeper comes out that wow.
Two huge chances that Fernandinho has squandered in the final 5 minutes. And Fuma squeaks through. S8. Already have Johnny waiting in the play-ins. Could Fuma be joining him? He's one game away from the top 32. And is he picking up a little bit of form? Or is he riding his luck, Ryan Pessoa?
So Evan Nilsson walked past him as well, but there was a few opportunities as you mentioned. Those last two at the end, I thought he was destined to concede one of those. Especially after he was through and then obviously the keeper came out. It was offside in the end.
Well, there you have it. We only have a handful of games remaining. Let's see the best moments from this match. That actually was the moment that put Fuma in front. This winning moment here from Abu Fawzi. And look at this reaction as well. That's what it's all about. Great sportsmanship there from Fernandinho to Fuma. And this is the pools as they stand, Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah, obviously the upper bracket's already been sorted out there, but the lower side, winner of Seb and Emir will be advancing to phase 3. And Elias versus Kaiser Gold there. That's for pool 1. Let's take a look over at pool 2 as well, just to see how that's fared in that lower side of the bracket. Obviously, some groups are further along than others. And this one, Rich, has Zuvi versus Luke Downing, which is a big game there.
Certainly is. Let's drop down to pool 3 and see how the bracket has taken shape. It was Okan and Olelito in the advancing positions from the winners bracket. Snakes and Jota alongside Oberon, all with a chance still to qualify.
Yeah, exactly. This one here. Omar against Plexer and Roland CR7 against Seba Luwoni. That is one that is playing in pool 4. Pool 5, of course, we would have just seen a big victory there for Fuma against Fernandinho. He's up against Evan Nilsson and Ekman up against Encante. That game is underway already.
Yeah,
so
right now.
we're already be able to see who advances there.
Down in pool 6, we've already got a result actually. And it's Rossinieri beat Big to qualify through in pool 6. So Tuga will play Abu Fawzi with only one spot remaining from pool 6.
Yep, and also a result here. You can see Malik there with that victory over Likapu. So that puts him into the top 32. Brock Bedov up against Luca NR1. We're waiting to get the result of that. That is 23 minutes or so real life time into that game. So it's either going into extra time or we will find the victory or the victor very, very shortly.
Let's wrap up Pool 8 because Max Kudemeyer beats Luca 11 and Murtal has beaten R7 to join Fonseca and Diogo Mendes as the 4 players to come through Pool 8.
It's very close, Rich, to getting into that phase 3. We are 1 round away.
The bracket play is getting very close for the top 32. And when we come back after this break, we will be bringing you the final moments from phase 2. Make sure you don't go anywhere. I will be taking a very quick tactical substitution for Mr. Brandon Smith to jump in to round out phase 2. And when we get back after this break, let's find out who will be the final 32. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome to this last chance qualifier. Of course, we are here for the next day of the action of this tournament. We're on the road to build up towards the FC Pro World Championships to find out who is going to be there, who's going to be making it to the big stage, the $1 million stage in Paris from the 22nd to the 26th of July. Ryan, you've had the pleasure this morning of looking through the action and seeing how it's all unfolding. This is the last round of Phase 2. And then a little bit later on today and into tomorrow, all eyes are on Phase 3 and who's going to be the final 10 players to take those World Championship spots.
Yeah, Brandon, there's been a lot of action, a lot of goals, in fact, throughout all of the games today. We're just one round away from finding who makes it into Phase 3, who completes that top 32. You can see the SCC contenders, which is starting to whittle down. There's only a few games left because there's actually been a few of those loser quarterfinal matches that are already completed. The likes of Max Colomaz made it in Pool A, Amatal, to name a few, but we do have a few yet to be completed, like Abu Fawzi. He's going to be up against Tuga, and there's some big games.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you and Rich have done a great job of updating everyone on what's been happening around all the grounds. There is a certain player that you are looking to focus on or follow and you want an update from them, please let us know on the YouTube or the Twitch chat and we'll do our best to keep you up to date. But as you said, there is so many players here. There was 128 this morning in Paris. By after this round, there's going to be 32 players left. These two players are hoping to keep their tournament alive. Abu Fawzi, he loves late drama, doesn't he, Ryan? Absolutely loves a bit of late drama. Huge reaction from the Saudi pro. He's up against Tuga, who probably is surprised that he's in this situation. For the start that he had to the season, the performance we saw at the FC Pro Open to what we hoped we were going to see in the Liga FC Pro, just to fall a couple of games short to get that World Championship spot, all that playing spot, it all seems a little bit weird, doesn't it, that he's in this situation now? Yep,
exactly. And that loss against Daniel in the previous round, I lost count. I think it was 8-1, 8-2. 8-2 actually. So he had a resounding defeat there, and he looked miles off it from the gameplay that we watched compared to what we've seen obviously earlier on in the season when he was representing Malaga. He's put his hand up. I think there's a controller issue.
Yeah, just a small issue there. The admins have been superb across the last few days here in Paris. They'll be on top of that instantly as soon as we can. We'll hopefully show you a couple more games as well as all the matches slowly unfold here in this last round of the lower bracket. As we said, we're going from the top 128 players now to the top 32. They're battling out, aren't they, Ryan, for the top 14 spots to be joining the play-ins tomorrow, where there's going to be a handful of players all battling out, all trying to get for that World Championship spot. You can win one more game, more prize money, and also a step closer to the big prize.
Exactly, and for the players, it is nerve-wracking. I've been in a position where in both sides of the story where I've made it through a qualifier into the World Championships, and I've also lost a qualifying game to the World, or two qualifying games to the World Championship. So it's a difficult position to be in, and I think for all the players, again, especially the ones where they may not have had a good domestic season and the FC Pro qualifiers didn't work in their favour, this is it's a marquee point of the season for them, genuinely. It all comes down to this, because if they do not make it, their FC 26 seasons are over. That's how ruthless it is, and that's why the tensions are so high.
I think that could be Black's on the right-hand side of the screen there. He's getting ready to jump into another game as well. Some of the players that have been standout performers today. Great to see Diogo Mendes playing so well. He goes through alongside Fonseca on the upper bracket from Pool 8. Of course, in Pool 1, again, surprise he's even here, Ryan. Gibarros finds himself in a last chance qualifier situation. He's a step closer to getting into the play-ins. Lucas Fischer, one of the only players that could stay with his hands held high. He's beat Anders Vergang this year because no one's really been able to do that. He was the only person to do that in the FC Pro Open. There's been some big names coming through. Again, the level has been so high this year that you just don't expect half of them to find themselves in this last chance qualifier.
It just shows, as you mentioned, the level though, because the players that have made it already to the World Championship, they're obviously so good. And the fact that these players, and not only these players, but the players that are waiting in the play-ins as well, ridiculous. Text, etc.
People just missing out. Faku Cohen, a former FC Pro finalist, just missing out on that last round. He's been eliminated now. Dame Sheet, the man who ended Anders Vergang's famous FUT champion streak, losing in the past rounds. But we are officially underway now. Hopefully there's no controller issues. We'll just make sure that Tuga and Abu Fawzi are both happy to continue. And that looks to be the case, hopefully now. And we will be underway. Win this game, you're into the next phase of the competition. The top 32 awaits. these final players in the loser quarter final.
Just back at him here.
Looking to get us started. Not to be the case there.
Just speaking about what you mentioned with Fakriko and him being eliminated, it's a difficult one because we were watching him throughout the season, obviously, as they're in Brazil, where he had that game against P8 Zin, where it felt as if, to me, he threw the game away. And that, off the bar there, that is a difficult loss for him to take, because he could potentially have already had his World Championship spot locked in. We could have run it.
Here comes Tuga now. Nazareth to get this started for Tuga. Yes, it's only taken him just under 5 minutes to do so. And it will be Tuga that kicks off his losers quarter final. And he needs a reaction after he finds himself in this situation. In his own mind, he would have been there on the upper bracket for a winner's semi-final, but defeat dropped him down here. Perfect start for Tuga. I'm sure you've already updated the chat as well. Oberon, although he lost in his winners quarter final, he's been on one hell of a lower bracket run. He goes through. Olilito as well. He's looked good.
Yeah, I'm so happy for him. So happy for Olilito. Same with Diogo Mendes as well. You're mentioning just them getting through, but they put in a lot of work. They face a lot of adversity, which is a key thing, and they've come out the other side.
Well, I know for Olilito especially, he found himself in the same group as Anders Vergang in the East Serie A this year, put in loads of time and effort to make sure he was ready and all he could. And there was a big old gap between the East Serie A finals and, of course, between the last chance qualifiers and so forth. But he's clearly been putting in the groundwork, and it's great to see him in the top 32. He'll be in action again a little bit later on today, hoping that he can do enough to continue his run. We'll see if we can jump around to any other games that we might have very soon for you. We can obviously see that Tuga Abu Fars is underway. This game comes from Pool 6. There are 8 pools. Across this 100 top 28 bracket. Potential cutback here for Abu Fars. He wins himself a corner. It's his first one of the game.
Okay, it took a little long there to play that pass across. I thought he could have played it maybe once or twice. The corner doesn't lead to anything directly here. Evanilson versus Fuma is another game that has just started in Pool 5.
Well, across most of these games, Ryan, it's mainly all sort of said and done. To a degree. I mean, most of the bracket is concluded already. It's just these two games here. Ivan Nilsson against Fuma. I know there's a lot of S8UL fans from India, the esports organisation, that will be hoping that Fuma can start this one well. That one goes over the bar.
Omar against Specs is another one that we're waiting to get underway. Nazareth, edge of the box there, twisting and turning. Can't get any space, really. And opts to go back with the offside trap kicking in.
What a different season he's had, Ryan. Fuma. So used to seeing him as a French E-League 1 champion and basically getting himself a fast-track ticket into the World Championships. That wasn't to be the case this year at all.
Yeah, he was bound to have an off year based on what we've seen anyways.
And also the level.
Yeah.
In E-League 1 this year was absolutely ridiculous.
The world champion there.
It certainly didn't help that Levy and Manu came into play. That's the breakthrough. Just before the 10th minute mark, Jude Bellingham, surprise, surprise. We'll have a bit more of that tonight in the World Cup. We've got one other game we can show you as well, I do believe, as well. We've got 3 games taking place at the same time, Ryan. This is the 3rd game.
Yep. It is Omar up against Baxton. It's 2 minutes in, and it's Omar with the opening goal in this one. This is just behind the other 2 games. So this one has obviously just started now. Quick response from kickoff. Might get it. Yeah. Outside of the boot, low driven from Jude Bellingham. 2 goals in the opening 4 minutes.
You can just hear in the background, by the way, some of the roars from this last chance qualifier through different players, webcams and microphones live on site. Everybody is fighting. I've seen already this morning on social media, so many players post saying, season's over, I came so close. Yeah. Some players really proud of their performances and getting in the prize money. But it really is all to play for here in Paris. One all square here, though. 5 minutes in. We'll see his attack coming, which will be defended. Well, let's go back to Abu Fazi, because there's a lot of you in the chat that want to see Abu Fazi's game. Let's jump back over if we can. This is the situation here. Unfortunately, Abu Fazi fans, you might want us to jump away because he's unfortunately 2-0 down. Tuga has doubled his lead here by the looks of it.
Starting to kick into gear. Oh, he's going to have to defend Abu Fazi here, which he just about manages to get out.
Salma. Still Salma now. Where is the option for Salma to turn into? Nazareth. Look at the defending. It's a little bit rogue at times from Abu Fazi. His Tugu's just pulling all over the shop.
Ooh, he went offside.
Saka was off.
I agree, though. It was very, very rogue.
It just seemed like he was a little bit stretched at the back there, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like
Tugu was
erratic.
pulling him all apart. I mean, the player switching was frantic.
I honestly thought it was 3-0. The way he was defending and play switching, I thought he was going to be in a lot of trouble. But we know how good Abu Fazi is. Seen him over the years. He's unbelievable. So, you know, as a 2-goal deficit, 9-minute halves, there's still plenty of time. And you can get a goal here for the runner. Oh, what an interception that is from Maldini. Yeah, this is crazy defending. He's all over the place.
Tuga's got to make the most of it, though, hasn't he?
But this is the one where you're playing and you're starting to think, ooh, my opponent, it seems a little bit nervy. You got to make it count, as you mentioned. Make the most of it and capitalize of these periods of the game, because you know it's not going to continue for the full 90.
Tuga again running rampant this time. Face the play a lot. Granit Xhaka punches that into Salma's feet before then recycling back round. We're hearing celebrations from somewhere. If we can go to what game that is, if possible, who is celebrating that loud? Because all the games are in the 15th or the 20th minute so far, so it's not a match winner by any means. Unless it's a game off stream potentially. Xhaka, Tuga. Is he on for 3? Yes, he is. There's his reaction. No, he's just missed.
Casillas has been a joke this tournament. He's been so good.
I thought he celebrated that he scored, Ryan, for a second. Well, that was a destined goal, hence the reaction from myself. Had so much space and time, but Iker Casillas coming in clutch. Nazareth. Saka can't get that one down. Let's switch games if we can for a second. Let's jump elsewhere and show you what's going on across the last chance qualifier. Keep in mind, these are elimination games. You win, you go through to the top 32. You go through to phase 3 of the competition. That's a big goal back for Abu Fazi. Tuga probably sits there though, Ryan, thinking, how am I not 3-0 up? And now I'm only 2 in the game.
That's where having those driven passes are so important. Getting it to Jude Bellingham. It was never going to get there if it wasn't for that driven pass and having ping pass as a play style. I know Kick only has it as a silver play style, but you see it does make a big difference.
Back to this one now. Fuma leading by 2 goals today against Ivan Ilson, who will no doubt relish the challenge here. We often get to see him in the Champions League. We've never seen him at a World Championship before. Often finds his way through via maybe a different league or route. I saw him at the French League 1 this season. Previously saw him at the Luxembourg FC Pro Partnered League. Is that a penalty? What? A penalty that's been given against Ivan Ilson there. Fuma to go 3-0 up, which he does. We won't get to see a replay of that, but I think he's been really harshly done by there, Ryan. Somehow he's had a penalty given against him, finds himself 3-0 down, and that's not where you want to be when you're against Fuma.
Yeah, it's tough. Especially Fuma just going through the archives as well where they've played. He's got a very strong record against Evan Nilsson where he'll be feeling confident because it's a player that he has defeated quite a few times over the seasons, and he's about to go 4-0 up here. Jude Bellingham, he goes for the outside of the boot, low driven. That's where also having rush out on a goalkeeper is very, very impactful. That's a massive roar as well throughout the
If anyone knows where that roar is coming from, please do let us know. He hasn't stopped roaring. Chance.
Is that
Saka.
on? I think it is. Yeah, wow.
Fuma's 4-0 up. I'm surprised he's... I mean, if I'm being really critical here, why is he not passed the ball?
I would have passed it. But clearly, it makes no difference, really, if he's going to be able to tuck it away like that. But the offside trap coming to bite Evanilson, and 4-0 in 40 minutes. And you can see the way Fuma's pressing as well. He smells blood. He's thinking he can get 6 goals here and just put this game to bed.
A real chance of a bit of redemption here for Fuma. No E-Champions League for him this year. No FC Pro World Championship direct ticket. And no doubt that is the ripple effect of how much more difficult and stat the French League One has been. Just to let you know at home as well, if you want to follow the action, exclamation mark bracket in the chat. There are multiple links that are popping up for you to follow. The result of AR7 versus Imartel, by the way. Imartel did win that game. He is through. AR7 is out of the last chance qualifier. Now, Max Kullermeyer was also in that bracket on the lower side. He is also through. We saw him with the Champions League. He lost the qualifying game for an FC Pro World Championship. He knows more than most what it is like to be on the big stage. He was there back in 2024 where he was able to get his ticket via the EWC with Ajax. Obviously, that was the year of Levy de Veer and PH Zin. Just to name some of the players that are in the final 32. That is what's to come up next tonight. And there is the half-time whistle here. Ivan Ilson, I mean, he finds himself in a real difficult position here, right? How does he try and reset with what's been dealt in his favour? He's 4-0 down. He's had a penalty that was really harsh against him, and he's up against the goal-scoring machine that is Fuma, who, let's be honest, isn't perfect defensively.
Exactly. And that's the one thing you can take away from being 4-0 down. But it's not just about worrying it. If you're going to score enough, it's worrying that even if you do score to the 4 goals, are you going to concede a few more before you get there? That is the issue. That was a rule. That sounded very close, by the way, like right next door. So that could have been the Omar Glex game. So we'll be able to try and see if we can get an update shortly.
Well, Abu Fazi did get a goal back. Tuga was so close to being 3-0 up in this one. Some of the names in the final 32, if you haven't been following here. Nick Sneb is there. Just about defended well again by Tuga. More reactions, more goals going. He's got to have any voice left by the time he gets to the round of 32.
Yeah.
Mark Marley and Harvey Waters also doing enough to go through on the upper side of the bracket. Well, this is the game that maybe we're hearing all the reactions from. It's only the 38th minute of the game, Ryan.
I'm in disbelief. Genuinely, I thought it was a last-minute winner. It's the 38th minute. It's 5-3. There's a long way to go.
Well, Omar finds himself in this position. He lost to Cameron Rock on the upper side of the bracket in Pool 4. But saying that, Blacks is on a bit of a run here, Ryan. He beat Izzo Power. He's beat Leandro Peixoto on the way through. And although he might be trailing to Omar, I wouldn't poke the bear as such, because he's taken out some huge names in the lower bracket. He's been on a run since losers round 1.
Exactly. Gonna be waiting for this pause here. Going for play lock across the pitch.
Five through here, 8 goals before the 40th minute is even been hit. And this just goes to show how relentless some of these games are. We're not even at the FC Pro World Championships yet. Updates for you. Tom Lees out the tournament, unfortunately. Tom Stokes also out of the competition. Shout us a name in the chat and we'll give you an update as best as we can of how far that player is or how they're getting on. Up next is 5 rounds of Phase 3 in Paris. Upper bracket and lower bracket round of 16 games, then we'll be keeping all eyes on that lower bracket there. Remember, it's the best 14 players that will be going through. Disguises that pass well. Jude Bellingham, last chance of the half here for Omar. Can he find a sixth? He's done well there to keep the ball for so long with the English midfielder before eventually being dispossessed there. But at half-time, he has a lead to fall back on at least.
Yeah, I thought he was going to play the ball. It's just, it's easy to set it when you're slowing the game down and we can see it. We're not really tunnel visioned in, but there was a pass option there. But done really, really well anyway to retain possession. We'll jump back over to this game. Still tightly contested here. 2-1, 67th minute. And we're in a pause.
Example for us, just have a little overview of what is being changed. All the player instructions. Back to this one now. Hello, Ivan Nilsson.
Could this be a game of two halves,
He was 4-0 down in this, Ryan. It's only 4-2 now. Suddenly this starts looking a little bit more promising, doesn't it?
You start to believe. If you're Evan Nilsson, the other side of things, if you're Fuma, you start to think, hold on a minute, what's going on here? It's 4-0 up, looking comfortable, cruising. Could have been 5, could have been 6. And now, it could be 4-3 after this attack. Hold on a second.
Let's see what he can do. He's taking his time, isn't he? Ivan Nilsson has just scored 3 goals in 15 minutes and suddenly looks like a very different player here, Ryan.
Fuma's stunned. I'm stunned. Thought he overplayed it. Again, I just thought maybe the attack came to a close, but he had so many bodies around the box based on just how many runs he triggered. And now he has to defend an attack from Fuma, who's going to put it at the near post. Vicky Lopez. 5 goals to 3. That's one thing as well from the previous round that Fuma done really well against Firmino, is that he scored instantly. Didn't give Firmino enough time to really think. Like it was just end to end, end to end, end to end. Even if he conceded 2 goals in quick succession, he scored straight afterwards.
I mean, that's an important goal back for Fuma because naturally he'll be thinking he's in a really difficult situation. Remember, this is day 3 of 4 of the last chance qualifier. Ivan Nilsson taking his time here to build up with Bellingham. He's doing a great job here of just pushing Fuma as far as he can.
Pause comes at the right time as well. Bring on fresh legs, refresh a little bit, and just focus up on defending this kickoff from Fuma.
Over here now, though, this game is so much tighter than it was before. I think Omar may have just scored.
That's definitely an Omar celebration. That is.
We've started to understand that now. If you hear that roar, it's Omar that's next, and that must be quite difficult to play against.
He's either scored or he's got a throw on, because he celebrated winning a throw in as well. So we don't know. He's very passionate, and I love it.
Imagine playing against that, though, Ryan. I mean, you're sitting to the left or the right and you're trying to focus on your own game and you're hearing that. Vitinha. Tuga. One more goal would certainly take the pressure off Maldini. That is clutch.
So clutch. It's actually well worked from Fuma. I'll give credit to both in terms of offensively and then defensively to stop that. Great ball. McTominay. Ooh, you can see us coming out. You see Brandon, though, that rush out play style. He's flash on the line. It's so fast. So the moment you hold triangle, the keeper just comes out so quickly.
Has he been the standout goalkeeper for you across the 3 days?
Easy. It's not even a debate.
Here's Salma now. Can Tuga find a cutback that he might be looking for?
It's a bit slow. Maybe he's just trying to get a well-worked attack, because he can still find a body in the box here. offside. See there, he had it was like a 2-on-2, maybe a 2-on-3, and then he slowed it down completely. All the bodies came back behind the ball. I just think it's too early to be resorting to that sort of game management. Try and get a third because you never know.
How close was that from Abu Fazi off the bar? We've seen them going before. Nicky Lopez still not done. Big tackle again from Yapstam, who is so clutch. And into the final 7 minutes we go now. We will check back in with Omar if we can. Omar against Blacks to see what the situation is. I'm guessing that Omar's probably 6-3 up off the reactions and off the celebrations I'm hearing. Lopez finds Saka on the overlap now. Abu Fazi knocking on the door, but he's playing against one of the best players when it comes to tournament football and seeing out games. He can micromanage every angle and inch of the pitch normally with Tuga. The experience that he has.
So well. Look how it's just brilliantly done. Composure at its finest, and the ball over the top as well. It's lovely play.
Nazareth's off. Tuga should score. No!
Wow. Wow.
Well, has he just wasted the biggest chance that he could have had?
Oh boy, this could be painful for Tuga if he concedes here.
Well. Abu Fazi gets this! Oh, he does!
That is insane.
Abu Fazi with the last kick of the game is sending us to extra time. Tuga! It was in his hands.
Wow. Think in hindsight, run to the corner, but I don't blame him. You go for goal, you're one-on-one. Wow. Look at the space.
Over here, by the way, what has happened here? Fuma is still leading just about, but Ivan Nilsson has continued to pile on the pressure.
There's got to be another goal in this game. Has to be.
Absolutely ridiculous. He's Fuma going to be able to see this one out. He's got 2 minutes. He's in possession now. Ivan Nilsson will try and get one more touch or at least chance on the ball.
Not a lot of time.
He's still celebrating all the goals, Omar. And why wouldn't he be? He's 8-4 up. And he is heading closer and closer towards the final 32. Well, where should we go to next? This game here is Fuma about to see himself through to the round of 32. I believe so.
1 minute. Wow, that many goals.
We don't often see 1 minute of added time, do we?
Yeah, Evan Nilsson knows it. He saw the little grimace.
I think Ivan Nilsson has had quite a tough game this one. A penalty that shouldn't have been given. Not enough added time. And Fuma will go through. Ivan Nilsson crashes out of the last chance qualifier. Fuma will see a bit more of him in Paris. As Blacks unfortunately can't get a goal back. Omar scored again. He's 9-4 up. Look at the reaction, exactly what it means to him.
Yeah, 5-goal deficit, 15 minutes. There is nowhere near enough time. This would be Omar to advance. Obviously lost in the winner's side of the bracket to Cameron Rock. It's beautiful play as well with cancellations, the skill moves. He's pulling out all the tricks, but like he's had a long run in that lower side. Had to defeat Baladero and then ISO Power, then LJ Peixoto, but just one step too far, Brandon.
He's had a bit of a crazy lower bracket run, Blacks. It's a shame that he's fallen now. You felt like he was on a bit of momentum from kicking off in the lower bracket, the names he had to defeat on the way down. But Omar, off the back of losing to Cameron Rock, wanted some revenge, wanted to stay in the last chance qualifier, and he is 10 minutes away from doing so. I think we should leave this one if we can. Let's get back to Tuga against Abu Fawzi. That's in extra time. That's where everyone wants to be watching that one and taking a night to see how that one's looking. And this is the situation.
Wow.
Abu Fawzi is leading this game now, 3-2. Wow. How the game has turned and how this game has swayed away from Tuga.
It's a difficult one. It'll be a bitter pill to swallow if he doesn't make it here because... What ball? It's onside as well. This is to end it, surely.
What are we witnessing? From what was such a strong start to the season for Tuga, it doesn't feel right, doesn't sit right that this is potentially the ending we're going to see to his season.
It's insane. Even if you just went it down to this game in particular, 2-0 up, obviously early doors, so there's still a long time. It's very normal for an opponent to come back who's as good as Abu Fawzi here. I think the major problem is when you're winning late on, and it's very uncharacteristic of Tuga, it's just that chance. I can't even be too critical of him. I wouldn't have gone to the corner either. I would have gone for goal. Would I have chipped it? Probably not. But then it's not like a bad choice, in my opinion. Just the narrow margins.
Added time of 1 minute, and there'll be a lot of happy Saudi fans that'll be watching and over the moon from this performance from Abu Fawzi. Remember, this is a win to send him into phase 3. Tuga's got a huge 15 minutes here. Let's quickly jump back across for the closing stages of Omar against Blacks. And we hear that game is just concluded. In fact, 9-4. Omar is through. Congratulations to him. I mean, look, in around the 32, please bring that energy. Please bring those Vamoses and rules, because I'm all for that.
Could hear him miles away. So let's see some of the changes.
I do believe, by the way, the reward that one of these two are going to get for winning this game is either Encante or Obram. It's not much reward. It's not much to look forward to. That's who you're going to be going up against in the next round of the losers round. Some matches that we can confirm the lots in. Harvey Waters against Mark Marley. Diogo Mendes, Fonseca. Give Barros against Lucas. Nick Sneb taking on Focus B. Sololito against Okan. Back underway to this one now. Abu Fawzi 50 minutes away from knocking out Tuga. 10 minutes away. Abu Fazi taking minutes out of the game against Mr. Game Management himself, Tuga.
It's great play.
Scores again. This is superb. Abu Fazi. Speak about the ultimate goal for the ultimate moment, Ryan. The build-up, the possession into the goal.
Brilliant.
So nod of approval from yourself.
Brilliant. He's made the most of the space. Naturally, there will be more space when Tuga pushes bodies forward. He's upped his depth. He's just flooding bodies forward there. But the way Abu Fazi just picked him apart, because it's very easy to make a mistake there. He didn't make a single one. Brilliant play. I think he was 2-0 down as well. And he could have easily been defeatist and thought this maybe isn't his day. His season's done. Because that's what it is if you lose this game. Incredible. As you said earlier, tough one for Tuga. Watched him throughout this season. I've watched him in every single tournament he's basically played in.
Well, he was one game away, wasn't he, from a World Championship spot?
Exactly, one game away. And this season he started so well in La Liga. So well. And I thought this was the best version of Tuga I've ever seen. And it's just a difficult one to take.
Nicely done. Just a little bit too late for Tuga now. She said it was one game away, lost in that World Championship qualification match all the way back in January. He could have been at the World Championships a long time ago. We thought that maybe via the La Liga FC Pro that would have been the case. It wasn't. And unfortunately, no matter if he gets the consolation now, I mean, it's 2 goals in, 2 minutes of normal time, plus whatever additional you're going to get. You're probably going to get about a minute at most. It's a lot to ask.
Yeah, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. It would take Abu Fazi to genuinely give the ball away. Now, he'd have to score an own goal right now and then pass him the ball and let him have last attack. Just see what happens. That's the only way. I'll be honest. It's unfortunate.
Well, just 3 minutes left before we turn our attentions to phase 3 of the competition.
Hold on. Okay, I was about to say.
If he gets another goal, I would... Just not going to be enough time. It's going to be Abu Fazi's day. Scored in the 90th minute to even get to extra time to make it 2-2. And after that, was just able to run away with it and build upon the lead. Bukayo Saka. Unable to find a way through. Big reaction from Abu Fazi. He's often known for wearing the sunglasses, Ryan. I don't think they'll be out just yet. But he is in the final 32. And he always turns up in the last chance qualifier, doesn't he? He's always there or thereabouts.
Always does. Then he'll be up against Nkante next, who's a very good player. I played him as well earlier on this season in the FC Pro qualifiers. And he was a very strong player. Replay of the Fuma Ivanilson game. That was the goal to make it 3-0 for Fuma. You see how dejected Ivanilson was. It's just that slow start in the first half which cost him. And this was the 90th minute goal that made the difference. That got him into extra time and eventually win it. Omar, we didn't see tons of his gameplay, but we heard tons of his celebrations, Brandon, and he's flying into the next stage of the tournament. He's got a big game though, Brandon. He's up against Oberon.
He is. That is not a reward, is it, for getting that far in the tournament? Right, well, this is how it looks then. The lower bracket concluded. We know who's going through to phase 3 of the competition, which will be up after a little break when the players get set up, the admins get the players set up in this new bracket. Gibaros against Lucas. That's certainly a game we'll be keeping a close eye on. Pool 2 looks a little bit like this. Lee Brady, Una going through, Call Me Mod and Zuvi going through. Of course, Luke Downing just missing out. Dame Sheet missing out. Faku Cohen, some big names. Tundi, all missing out on that lower bracket. No one is safe in the last chance qualifier, Ryan, are they?
Not at all. When it's a difficult position to be in coming into this, where again you just know, especially when you're some of the top players, where there's pressure on your shoulders to perform, whether it's pressure from yourself based on previous performances or the teams that you are representing. But all these players here that have made it to phase 3, they've done their job. They just need to make sure that they can just do it a step further. Getting to this stage is the one where you feel like it's doable, Brandon. 14 spots out of 32 players. Again, it's a couple wins and you're there.
It really is. It is all to play for, as we said. There is 14 tickets to the play-ins tomorrow. Only 10 of those players will go to the FC Pro World Championships. We'll continue to go through the pools as we see now. Pool 5. Harvey Waters, Mark, that's a game for the ages. And that's an even bigger game. Fuma against Encante, 2 of the E-League 1 finalists versus 2 of the E-Premier League former finalists in Pool 5. Pool 6 looks a little bit like this. Daniel against Rari Dade and Abu Fazi Rossoneri. See Abu Fazi doing enough to beat Tuga.
Yep. And Rossoneri, he's up against Fuma in that next stage. So that's going to be a very, very tough game. Let's take a look at Pool 7 quickly. They're obviously the upper side of the bracket. They maintain it. So they play against the same players that it shows here. So it will be Nixneb against Focused Beast. Winner of that game will be playing Lebrady or Honor. But then lower side, Rockbedov against Malik there. That is a difficult one for both players, because Malik plays against Murtal and Rockbedov plays against Max Colimad, who of course we've seen throughout the more recent seasons having a lot of success.
Man, this is the last pool of players, you said, Ryan. The top 2 will face up in the next round of the winner's side of the bracket. The bottom 2 players will face different opponents, but it is Murtal, a Turkish representative, going through to the round of 32, and Max Kulamaya, who has previously been there before. Well, that is the situation. We have done phase 1, 512 players. Phase 2, 128. And now we're here for phase 3. Only 14 of these players will go through to that double elimination stage. And we're getting there, Ryan. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. We are getting closer and closer towards working out who's going to be in those play-ins tomorrow.
Exactly. And if you're in the winner side of the bracket, you really do believe, Brandon. Like, you're right there. Lower side, of course, you're still there, but it's an extra couple games, and it's a difficult one for the players who end up losing that upper bracket game, because then the nerves start to kick in, you start to question everything, and you also have to wait for those lower bracket games to catch up. So it is really, really tense.
Absolutely. Well, look, we are going to take a break for just a second, because we are getting ready to reset the last chance qualifier stage, the STC contenders stage, for our phase 3 of the competition. Ryan Pessoa, I believe you are leaving us now, but thank you very much for your time today. We'll see you back tomorrow for the play-ins. Hopefully, the bracket will continue to stack up for you tomorrow.
Yeah, I imagine so, with all the names that I left in it. But yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Well, after this break, Richard Buckley joins me back for phase 3 of the last chance qualifier here, live from Paris. Don't go anywhere. It's a little bit more of an extended break, and when we return, we'll find out our top 32 players and who will be going through to the play-ins tomorrow. We'll see you shortly.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to this last chance qualifier. Richard Buckley subs back in for Ryan Passar for phase 3 of the tournament. From 512, there's now only 32 players remaining. 14 of those will qualify for the play-ins, which are back tomorrow. Same place, same time. Rich, we're getting there. It's taking a little bit of time, round by round, but we are starting to see the cream rise to the crop of the best players here in Paris.
Yeah, absolutely. 512 players came in. 80 have left the tournament. We're now down to the final 32, and you can see our featured matchups here on the main stage that we're going to be focusing on. Nick Sneb at the front of the picture, Guy Barros as well, the highest seeded player in this tournament, and that is where we stand right now. Phase 3. Very simple. If you're in the winner's side of the bracket, you win, you go in, you qualify into the play-ins. You lose, it's not over yet, and that is the bracket as it stands.
Absolutely. Well, look, this is the easiest way to explain it. There's a lot of you in the chat wanting individual performances and players. We'll do what we can to update you, and we'll show the action that we can. If you win this round, Rich, you're in. You're in the play-ins. 8 players will book their spot in the play-ins. Just like that now. If you lose, it's a bit of a treacherous run on the lower bracket. These players are fighting in Elimination FC. One loss to any of those players, they are out. They are so close to getting to those play-ins.
Absolutely, you can see it's basically a win. You then play against someone who's just lost from the winner's bracket, and then you will match up in your quadrant for a qualifying matchup. That isn't it, though, because if you lose in the lower bracket round 3, you go to the final qualification match. That's a one-off game with another losing player from that losers bracket round 3. With one final opportunity. The biggest game of the entire weekend. 2 spots remaining. You have to win at all costs. And these are the matches that we're going to be focusing on. You see Luke's official there on the right-hand side of the picture. Guy Barros on the left. And Nick Sneb in the forefront of the picture, who has been, got to say, outstanding all weekend long.
Well, look, in another world, as we can sit here and say, him and Tech's going to be at the World Championships without having to find themselves in the play-ins. That's Nick Sneb against Focus Beast. Again, we'll show you, these are the 3 key matches we'll show. I know a lot of people have been asking for Thuma and so forth. Again, lots of matches taking place at the exact same time. We are underway for phase 3 of the last chance qualifier here in Paris. People in the chat said, are we playing the round of 32 today? Yes, we are. This is the top 32. This is live right now. These are our upper bracket games. You win, you're in the play-ins, and you are potentially so close to a World Championship spot. Nick Sneb has already scored, and we've only played 2 minutes.
Yeah, he's been so good this weekend, I've got to say. And if he does win this game, he is deserving of that spot into the play-ins, where he will meet up with his former teammate of Tex at the Premier League. From Leeds United, Focus Beast, just offside on that occasion. We'll also do what we've done all weekend as well and keep you up to date with the other matches as they are progressing and what is happening in those games, who's qualifying in, who's potentially on the cusp, who's on the bubble.
Well, let's jump over here then. Mavlik against Immortal, the only Turkish player that is still standing in the competition from few pools of players. Of course, Izzo Power just crashing out in that phase 2 of the competition. Goalless here. We are hearing goals go in everywhere we look, though. Potentially a breakthrough here for Immortal. No way through.
I think when you look at a lot of these games as well, this is the sort of the best position to be in the winners bracket. You might, in a world, have 3 opportunities, Brandon, as MV does go 1-0 up. If you lose this game and then win a couple and then lose again, you might have 3 opportunities at qualifying into the play-ins.
As we said, it could be so much easier, made so much easier with one simple win in this upper bracket. Chat, let us know who you want to see. A lot of people have said wanting to see Fura, of course. He's in that lower bracket side of things, which is currently underway as we speak right now. Losers round 1 is playing. There's some big games in there, Rich, especially Obrun, who finds himself in the lower bracket. Of course, he lost a game to Okan earlier today. That meant he had to go on a crazy lower bracket run. He plays against Omar, who's probably the loudest person in the room in Paris right now. He was given some serious reactions in that last round.
You can hear just sort of how the atmosphere and the passion is picking up in the venue as well. Now we've got the live audio coming through the STC Contenders Hall. There's Deep Arrow, 1-0 down here against Lucas Official in the opening 10.
Yeah, Lucas Official, who loves an FC Pro Open. He always seems to be in the FC Pro Open in terms of at least the group stages. Beat Anders Vergang this year, one of the only players to do so in what was a really important start for him to the season. Did miss out on the World Championship, though. Unfortunately, couldn't find his way through to the knockouts. Here's Gibaros now with Cruyff to equalise, which he will do. He knows what's on the line.
Yeah, big reaction, wasn't it? Even though it's so early in the game. And look, he wouldn't have wanted to be having to come to the last chance qualifier. He was the favourite alongside Stingray going into the EMLS. Didn't go to plan for him. By his standards, it was a very disappointing league performance. But now he comes into the last chance qualifier with one thing on his mind. Get to the play-ins, and not only get to the play-ins, get to the World Championship. He was a semi-finalist last year at the FC Pro World Championship as he conceded straight from kickoff.
I guess that's the risk as well you take. You go and play in the EMLS. Yes, there's potentially the big ticket prize of a World Championship, but also you miss out on the chance to play E-Champions League football and potentially craft your path into the play-ins directly through another league. As we know, Stingray, of course, is in those play-ins. He got his route in a different style. Here's Cruyff. Look to maybe try and finesse that before going back into his team. They couldn't find another player, and it will fall back to Lucas Official.
Having a look at the bracket, I'll tell you what, that Harvey Walters, Mark Marley game is well even underway. And it sounds like it's all kicking off at the Expo Point de Versailles, where the Esports World Cup is happening. I think it's Apex Legends this weekend.
Well, we are, of course, in the STC Contenders stage for this Esports World Cup, but there is certainly something going on at the Esports World Cup. I mean, of course, there are multiple games. This kicked off just a few days ago. I'm sure you saw the opening ceremony in Paris, which is playing home this year to the Esports World Cup. EAFC is in town on the 22nd to the 26th of July. Amongst just some of the games, the many games. That's a brilliant little bit of build-up there. Can't find a way past Arajo. But, I mean, look, Club Championship points are big, Rich. That's why there are so many players, especially this last chance qualifier, that you may have seen representing the same team, because teams want to take that risk and maybe invest and sign as many players as they can for a chance that one might pull through.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just had a look in the STC arena. Chance for Barros can't quite squeeze it in. It's Valorant taking place at the moment. 100 Thieves against Red Force. That's day 9 of their tournament. We're on day 3, and Guy Barros is letting people know about it as he finds the top corner.
I think, is there also a bit of Fatal Fury going on?
I think there definitely is, yeah.
And you're right, a bit of Apex going on, their first split. And then we're in town for week 3. Can Anders Vergaan become world champion again? Can Mani Bashure to defend his crown? That's another goal for Lucas. Every time Kibaros gets one back, Lucas will pull away in front.
Great finish, I've got to say. Across the goalkeeper, Henri. I was critical of Henri at the wide mid position earlier on today, but that's why you have him in the team there, for that elite level finishing. Couple of results coming through. Diogo Mendes is in the play-ins. He qualifies. Harvey Waters is in the play-ins, beating Mark Marley. And Lebrady coming through, bit of an unknown quantity, beats Honor, and he is there. And this fairy tale journey for Okan continues, because he's just beaten Olilito.
Yeah, what a run he's had. Okan beating Oberon, beating Olilito. He is in to the play-ins. We'll see him tomorrow. Remember, we are back for those play-ins tomorrow, live on the same place. 10 of those players going through to the World Championships as Casillas just about takes it off the toe of the forward there. 35 minutes in here. It was Nick Sneb that was leading this game. Focus Beast currently in front 2-1, just 10 minutes before half-time.
Just shows it's worth coming to the last chance qualifying. You never know how that tournament's going to unfold. Big favourites have fallen out, and it could just be an opportunity that opens up for you. When you're in the play-ins, anything is possible.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of these players who they just were keen to at least make their money back from the investment made for a lot of them to get through just to phase 2 to, I think, earn $2,100 for doing so.
Great.
Maradona still with Nick Sneb, who's quite confidently, as he should, navigating his way around the edge of the box. There's the head down, there's the flick, and there's Diego Maradona to tie us all up as 2-2.
Yeah, coming from the corner, directly into the box. One touch, one finish. It's 3 touches, that corner. The kick, the header, the goal.
I'll be honest though, Rich, tomorrow I don't know where we're going to look. We've got 30 games taking place at the same time tomorrow across 5 round-robin rounds. I mean, production, we hope they're ready. We've been able to jump to 3 or 4 games across the last few days, but I don't know where we're going to look because there are so many big-name players competing tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to be constantly refreshing the brackets, aren't we? Constantly refreshing the groups.
Chance to break. Salma! And that's Nick Sneb, 3-2 up. Back in pole position as he did kick off this game.
Just having a look at that bracket again, Brandon. Snakes won his game against Roland CR7. That means Roland is out.
I think that's Gibaros,
It sounded like him.
who may have just tied up the game against...
Former world champion finalist Max Kulemeyer not going to be there. He's just lost against Rock Bedov.
Isso, caralho.
Back over here now. This is the only lower bracket, the loser bracket game we're showing. This is the only elimination game that we're showing you live on stream. Of course, there are plenty of them taking place as we speak in Paris. A lot of the games have concluded, Rich. I don't know if you've got any names that have already been eliminated from the top 32 bracket for phase 3, because those players in that lower bracket, they are playing Elimination FC now.
Yeah, only 3 so far. As I said, Max Kulemeyer out. Roland CR7, and then also just coming through now, Emir NJR eliminated from the tournament. Crashes out at the top 32 stage.
Half time for a breather between these two. Let's go back and check in with Gibaros if that is possible. Gibaros 3, Lucas Official 3. That's also about to approach half time as we speak.
He's in.
Cruyff, lovely lofted pass and well managed there for Casillas to pick it up for Lucas Official.
Just trying to see that game between Luke's Daniel and Flair Raridad, because they are 27 minutes in real life time to that match and we've still not got a result. The extra time.
Just looking at the some of the groups for tomorrow as well. I mean, Bryce, who did so well in the FC Pro World Championship, Tex, all in different groups. I don't think Nick Sneb could quite believe what he conceded there against Focus Beast. This is 4-3 now.
I think the next goal is quite important in this game. You saw the reaction obviously when Nick Sneb when he conceded that. I think if Focus Beast does happen to get the next goal and level this tie up, it'll be quite an interesting final flurry here.
Whoa.
Oh, that could have been disastrous. Nice build up here. Once again from Nick Snep. Maradona at the heart of everything, it seems.
Someone said put Lee Brady on stream. We can't. He's already through. FC St. Pauli Kamau. Do enough to get through. People saying Rock Bedoff, show him. As Richard's already said, Max Kulamai is out. Chance to break now for an equaliser. Casillas didn't know too much about that, but does do enough to keep possession.
Boomer was victorious in his game. He beat Rossoneri in his game, meaning Fonseca will play against Fuma.
I'm interested in Obron Omar's game. As you said, that must be deep into the second half now.
Obron just won. Just
Confirmed Obron is through as we see Focus Beast equalise at 4-4. We also heard Guibarros in Portuguese, powerful and passionate as ever. He's 4-3 up in this game. Now, the first time he's led in the tie.
All these matches just starting to take shape, really, aren't they? He celebrates everything, doesn't he, Guy Barros? Save, goal, chance,
corner, free kick.
He feels the game. He don't just play it; he's in it.
Kika Nazarev there, giving it back to Dion.
Playstyle's passion plus.
I think him, or I would love to see him beat Omar, who would be more passionate between the two of them, because they have both been very loud with every goal they've scored. Here's Gibaras now, who runs into the path of Yap Stam. Let's check into that lower bracket game if we can. Imurtal against Mivlik to see.
Great chance.
What's happening there after this chance comes in? Salma cuts it back. Casillas somehow still does enough. And what an interception that is, all turn.
And Kanti Abu Fwazi still going as well. Chance, Jude Bellingham. Didn't know if there a finesse there. He looks for the left foot. And I tell you what, some finish.
We'll have a bit of that. You're right about there. You thought maybe the finesse shot. Just cut back here on his left. I wasn't messing around there at all. Driven into the far hand side. 5-3. And keep in mind the winner of this, as we said, goes through to the play-ins tomorrow. That one tipped around for a corner. Another celebration from Gibaros of every save that his goalkeepers make him.
Well, we talked a lot about those planes as well, Brandon. Probably just worth talking about the level of the planes, who's already in there. You're looking at former runner-up at the World Championships last year, Brees, Tex, Nathan SR, Mark 11, Levy Finn, Johnny, Ilian Bushi, the One-O's, Yaskow, Young. The quality is incredible already in the play-ins, and we're adding potentially the likes of Guy Barros in there. We're adding, for definite, Diogo Mendes, Harvey Waters, Okan. It's going to be a real tough tournament to call.
Absolutely. I mean, you continue the list on all the players that are there. 6-3. That's a 3-goal gap now for the Brazilian. Gibaras will be hoping to get back there also to the World Championships, let alone the players. But leading on that list, Nathan SR, Stingray, Montaxa, Johnny, former Champions League winner, Mark 11, all the way from Australia, and Naylor also finding themselves there. Of course, we don't know how the play-ins work. It's a mixture of the online cash cups, the online qualifiers you would have seen throughout the regular FC Pro season, also leagues that have play-in spots. They maybe didn't earn a World Championship ticket, but they would have earned an E-Champions League spot and a play-in spot. Well, this game is a bit interesting because every time we've joined it, Focus Beast has got back in the game. Then we blink and leave it, and then Nick Sneb goes back in front by 2 goals.
Yeah, it feels interesting, doesn't it? Every time that Nick Sneb looks like he's facing adversity, he manages to pull out the attacking prowess. That's where he thrives, though. He is one of the best attackers in the world.
And he is 10 minutes away from the next stage of the competition. Just needs to deal with these waves of pressure that will come his way from Focus Beast. 10 minutes left in this one. Let's jump elsewhere. Can we check in on that lower bracket game if we can? That loser round.
Penalty.
What's the situation here? Penalty for someone. And it's a penalty for it's all for MB Lick, I believe. It is 6-3 leads.
And that probably is all she wrote in that game. So, shall we go elsewhere? Shall we go back to Guy Barros?
Let's go back. We can hear him. They're all sitting on the same table. And he's got only a 2-goal lead now. We're jumping back into the action as we speak. 18 minutes away from doing it the easy way. Anyone in this upper bracket, they can make their life so much easier than heading down into that lower round where they have to still go and win. Two more games.
Someone in the background
there in Paris, yeah. I don't know where it's coming from.
Over the moon with qualifying through. I'm trying to see where it might have come from.
So a lot of these players not hanging about either, Rich. They're already kicking off their loser round second game. Olilito straight into his game.
Who that might have been? Abi Fouazi. He just beat Encante.
I'll tell you what, there's some serious extra time in that game, isn't there?
Yeah, I was about to say that. 36 minutes they've been playing. Real life time. Loops Daniel and Rari Dard.
Ken, if you click the link in the chat, Esports World Cup /competitions, you'll be able to follow and make sense of all me and Richard are explaining to you. Obron is through, for those that are asking. He's in the lower bracket, but he is through. He's just waiting for an opponent to join him and lock themselves into the bracket also.
I'm trying to remember what minute that Nick Sneb game was in when we left it. Was it in the last few moments?
Last 10 in-game minutes, I believe it was.
Let's go there for a full time potentially and see a reaction from Nick Sneb if we can.
Yeah, let's jump across if we can. Nick Sneb against Focus Beast. We are still in management and changes between these two. I don't know what minute we're in.
Just stick with it for now. I would imagine this is Nick Sneb's POV here with all the defensive changes coming in.
Seven. He leads us. 3 minutes left of the game, Rich. Nick Sneb looks like he's going through to the play-ins. I don't know exactly which last chance qualifier player slots into what position, Rich, but...
No, I'm not sure either.
There is potentially a very small chance, without us knowing the situation, that he could be in the same group as Tex.
Well, that would be... obviously, it'd be interesting. A rematch, if I'm not mistaken, from... Did they not play in the E-Champions League?
They did play in the E-Champions League. Tex being the highest ranked player in the the play-ins tomorrow, and that kicks off. He's 13th in the world rankings, and the lowest at the moment is Haya, who's 247th.
But if Guy Barros wins, does he not slot in above Tex? I think he's 10th in the world on the FC Pro World Rankings.
He potentially would. Added time of 1 minute. Nick Steb, congratulations. He goes through. Focus Beast down into the losers round now. We'll see him tomorrow. He's done it the easy way. Same situation here, last 10 minutes or so. Last time he left it, Gabaros was leading with a 2-goal advantage. What is the situation? Only a 1-goal advantage now. 3.5 minutes.
Will be a pretty tense final couple of moments here for Lucas and Guy Barros. There's probably enough time for Lucas to get one chance, I would think. Is he onside? No, this is it. You've already had extra time today, Brandon. Got to talk about that Tuga miss, surely. I was watching it. The chip. Oh.
I mean, you nearly had multiple extra times if it wasn't for Abu Fawzi, I think, scored in the last minute.
Yeah.
He had penalties for the first time yesterday in this last chance qualifier. We've rarely had extra time, but when we have had it, it's often given us a really exciting game. Added time of 2 minutes here. This is in Gabaros' hands now. He's got possession. Just has to make the right decisions, the right call. He's done very well there to get himself out of danger. Doesn't need to score again. Take it in the corner if he wants. He's not stupid. He's been to a World Championship before. He knows what it takes to get there, the level needed. He will be in the play-ins.
Just get ready for this reaction as well. Get ready for this reaction. Everyone behind him there from RB Leipzig as well.
Is he going to give us anything, Gabaros?
Commiserations to the Lucas official. The thing is, his tournament continues. He will be able to go down to that losers round 2. But he plays Auburn in the next game.
Maybe don't refresh the bracket yet, Lucas. Don't refresh your bracket yet because you're playing Oberon in the next game. Well, these are some of the highlights from that winners round. We've just found out 8 players that have qualified already through to the play-ins. That is 8 spots gone, Rich, already. There's only 6 left for these players to try and get through. We've also said goodbye to 8 players of the tournament as well. They've been eliminated. So we know 8 have gone through, 8 have been eliminated, and now 16 are left battling out for those final 6 spots. Those are all the qualifiers there. Those are all the names that we'll be seeing tomorrow. We're not sure what groups they'll be in yet for the round robin portion of the play-ins, but still, some nice new names, some big names in there. It's all to play for.
Yeah, let's go down. Guy Barros, Diogo Mendes, Kamal, Harvey Waters, LeBrady, Nick Sneb, Okan, and Loops Daniel. Your 8 players coming through the winners side of the bracket, the upper bracket. As for the lower bracket, this is where all our attention will turn now.
Absolutely. I mean, look, where do you look at? You look at the bottom, Oberon against Luke. If we can get that on broadcast, that'd be great. Fuma Fonseca, Mark Marley against Mavlik, Oli Lito, who's had a really, really good last chance qualifier overall, to be fair to him. Abu Farzi also in action as well. He'll be bringing lots of noise, I can assure you. But that is the first round of the upper bracket done. Remember, we are all trying to conclude phase 3 to find out who'll be back for those play-ins tomorrow. This is the STC contender stage as part of the Esports World Cup, which is fully underway. This is our warm-up event, you could call it, to find out our final players. We're going to take a quick break now. And when we return, it'll be time for our losers round 2 in phase 3. 8 players are already in the play-ins, 8 have been eliminated. There is 6 spots still on the line for our players to compete for. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Well, in case you missed it, 8 players have just qualified for the play-ins, which kicks off tomorrow ahead of the FC Pro World Championships. Later on this month in July, myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley are here taking you through Phase 3 of our last chance qualifier in Paris. In case you've missed what's been going on, we'll get you up to date. The upper bracket is done. 8 players are through. We'll come back to that very shortly indeed. But this is the lower bracket now, Richard, the loser bracket. 8 players already eliminated, including former FC Pro World Championship finalist in Max Kullermeyer. But there are still some big names left in the competition we can see here.
There certainly are. We've got Oberon, we've got Mark Marley, Abu Fouazi, just to name a few down there in the lower bracket. Those 8 names that we did mention that qualified: Guy Barros, Diogo Mendes, Kamal Harvey Waters, Lavrere, Nixnev, Okan and Daniel, all in the play-ins for tomorrow. Let's see how this lower bracket is starting to get underway. And this is the game that we're going to be focusing on. Luke's official out the back of a loss against Guy Barros. Now plays against a really surging Oberon. He's been in the lower bracket almost the entirety of this tournament. It's been must-win FC every game, and he's continuing to win.
Yeah, we had the pleasure of spending some time with him at the E-Champions League. Myself at the E-Serie A, of course, he's been playing his FC out in La Liga this year with Valencia. We saw him, of course, at the FC Pro Open, where he was an FC Pro runner-up. His history when it comes to the World Championships is always consistent. A top 4 player in his first ever 2 FC World Championships. Then, of course, not so good in more recent times, but looking to go there the long way, the hard way, back to the biggest stage of the season. He plays against Lucas Official in a must-win game. You can see Abu Fouazi there against Beast.
So we're playing the drums. I think there might be someone making a main stage walk there. A couple of arenas across in the STC arena. We're in the STC Contenders Hall here, and Abu Fouazi and Focus Beast both contending at the very highest level here. I think you said it with Ryan, Brandon. Abu Fouazi always seems to make a run in these last chance qualifiers.
I think was he 1 game away the year at Jafonso.
Yeah, in 2024 when we were all in individual rooms in Riyadh.
We were there on site, but we were slightly individual rooms, weren't we? He was 1 game away from qualifying for the Esports World Cup that year, not the FC Pro World Championships, but just lost out.
I think we were commentating with our friends Nate and Mitch, weren't we, as well? Were they doing some bits in between?
We were all over the place, weren't we? I think me, you and Ryan were on the ground in Riyadh. I think Nate and Mitch might have been in the UK at the time, or they might have been in Australia still.
Fanatic Mark Marley there at the back of the shot towards the rear as well, with MV Lake getting his headset on.
Mark Marley again will scratch his head time after time, and more so than most when it comes to getting to World Championships. He is mystery Premier League. He's there every single year, and it's just been that 1 game where he's been away. He's always at the ECL, it feels like, but getting to that World Championship was just the missing ticket.
The problem is, it's the most expensive ticket of the entire season. It's the golden ticket. That is the prize that money can't buy. The FC Pro World Championships. So close, as you mentioned. Not only, I think, maybe does a disservice just saying runner-up in the E-Premier League, but the level of which he's played in the E-Premier League and the way in which he's lost some of those E-Premier Leagues as well. Harsh goals, close margins. It has been a consistent battle of his to get over the line. And this isn't a qualifying game. Let's remind you of that. You've got to win this, and then you win one more. Down in this lower bracket. We do have a full-time result, actually, already from the lower bracket. Honor has just beaten Snakes. Honor is in a qualifying game. They must have kicked off a little bit earlier. He'll be waiting for the winner of the game that's closest to us there. Focus Beast and Abu Fouazi from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the Abans did a great job of pushing through so many games. They're all at different points, though. Some of the games are waiting for broadcast, like now, have just been staggered ever so slightly. But Abu Fouazi and Focus Beast, that they look pretty much ready and locked in to go.
You are watching the Last Chance qualifier live from Paris, part of the Esports World Cup. Only a couple of rounds remain to find out who will be making those play-ins. And that is the last hurdle before the FC Pro World Championship Finals.
Here we go then. As you said, win this game, you go through to an all-important qualification matches. Focus Beast already nearly gets underway. A few in the chat are asking for Oberon. When do we get to see him? What's his updates? He will be on broadcast. We are just waiting to kick off his match.
Alexia Pateas, that's nice. Not being the most prominent pick in these teams, but I do think there's one of those centre mids, especially if you play a 4-5-1. Or as the number 10, the cam in a 4-4-1-1. This does offer you a lot, but there's such tough competition in that area with Maradona, Jude Bellingham, all needing to be in the team.
Keeper's on the floor there. Get back up. Depending on, of course, restrictions and budgets, Rich, who will be the goalkeeper of choice, do you think, at the FC Pro World Championships?
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I mean, for me, I would probably go Casillas. I think he has everything that I really want in my goalkeeper. And some of the saves that he's made, especially on those low drivens, across goal with the footwork plus play style, they have been clutch.
He has been Mr. Clutch this weekend, I think, across the all the matches and goalkeepers we've seen. Potential chance, Salma.
I expect very little from my goalkeeper in FC 26. So if he can make a save that I didn't expect to be a goal, for example, that maybe surprises me, that for me is enough. Like, a lot of shots go in. If people are good at aiming, if they can aim on target with the shooting stats that player possesses, it's going to be a goal. So for me, yeah, if you can make that one save that maybe catches me off guard, that does get a reaction out of me, that's enough for me.
Well, shall we jump elsewhere if we can, just to check in with what has kicked off? Oberon, if we can get over there. See how he's getting on. I don't know if you caught him earlier today on the stream, Richard, but it's the first time I've seen him on broadcast, Oberon, that is.
I've not seen him, I don't think.
Marley into MV Lick, who is leading this one 14 minutes in. We'll get the player cams correct. That is the opposite way around. Mark Marley is on the right. MV Lick on the left. There we go. Thank you very much to the production team. Remember, lose, you are out. Win, you go through to a qualification game where you need to win again to get through to the FC Pro play-ins.
I've just seen a result, Brandon, that affects this game, actually. The winner of this game would have played the winner of Cameron Rock and Call Me Maud, and Call Me Maud has beaten Cameron Rock.
That is a surprise, because Cameron Rock was
Playing well.
playing really well. At one point, you feel like he was cruising through the the upper side of the bracket without even thinking about going to the lower brackets.
I don't know if Colin wants someone playing under a different name or something, but I'll be honest, it's not a name that I recognise.
There's been a few players like that have sort of gone under the radar of a different gamer tag across the last few days, which makes it even harder when there's 512 of them. Thankfully, we're now at the stage of the tour when there's less than 32 players left. Scott McTominay into De Jong. Of course, there had to be a Scot in the team of some kind for Mark Marley.
He's been very good though, hasn't he, as well, Scott McTominay, I've got to say. And another result coming in. Tanurium Elias has just beaten Oleolito. Oleolito's last chance qualifier comes to a close in losers round 2.
Can we check into Oberon if he has kicked off? His game is underway. Only 4 minutes in of real life time, so probably about the 15th or 20th minute. He's taken on Lucas Official. And what is the update there? Lucas Official leading Oberon after just 16 minutes. Chance for Nazareth now. And that is the equaliser for the Italian. Didn't take him long to get himself into this time. An instant reply.
A needed reply, though, as well. This is one of those games that is just a very high-level FC Pro game. Like, yeah. There's going to be a lot of goals. It's going to be tight. And it might come down to an individual error.
Look at the time. Look at the space. Somehow broke the offside trap there, Jude Bellingham. And it was all about what finish am I going to go for. A simple finesse, right top corner. Thank you very much. And O'Brien has not just equalised, he's got in front in the space of about 4 in-game minutes.
Come on, look across this bracket, Brandon. Tell you what, that's a lovely finish, just offside. A player, he won his first game on Thursday. He then lost. He has won 8 games in a row and continues to win. Boomer has just beaten Fonseca. Boomer is in a qualifying game. And he plays the winner, why it's important, of this game.
And that game, as you said, Richard, is the game to decide if you are in the play-ins or not. So potentially Fuma against an O'Brien or a Lucas Official, depending on how this outplays, because Lucas Official's just tied us up again. You take your eyes off this one, you'll miss a goal.
He can't deviate away at all from this matchup. This is probably the worst game to lose. If you're actually considering it, because you don't get a second chance. If you win this game and then lose the next game, you do get that third opportunity of a qualifying game. This is a really tough one to take if you lose this match. A huge interception from Araujo, because you were in there as well.
Chance. Oh, he's off the bar.
Florian Wirtz on the edge of the box.
Lucas Official so close to going in front. Chance for Oberon now, straight down the opposite end. Clever interception there.
The other match we were keeping his eye on, wasn't it? It was Abu Fouazi and Focus Beast. Next time, here we go, straight away actually. 1-1.
Maybe a goal before half-time. We've just joined at the right time. Look at the time to twist and turn. Abu Fouazi times that one perfectly well with the offside trap. A second later.
Lovely goal, that, I've got to say. Just the timing of that pass right there as the team pushed forward, just slipped it in behind the back four. And said earlier to Ryan, Brandon, we usually give an MVP on game, on the pitch. I think it's a duo MVP this weekend. Kike Nazareth, Salma Parajo. Unbelievable, the pair of them.
It just seems like the must-have in the team. Speaking of which, is involved in the build-up of this one. Before it finds its feet to Rodri, Salma can't turn because Maldini is on her toes, and that will do us for half-time. Let's jump elsewhere if we can. Let's go over to Malik, who is it's just kicked off at the start of the second half. Perfect timing there. He takes on Mark Marley now. This one is in, of course, like all these games are, the lower bracket, the loser round 2. You lose, you're out, you win. You find yourself just one game, one qualification game away from the next stage of the knockouts.
Play-ins, which will be such a great sort of start, shall we say, to the FC Pro World Championship upcoming calendar. We find those play-in 10 players. We then wait a week before coming back to Paris, 22nd of July to the 26th. 5 days of FC Pro World Championship action to see who will be lifting the Diogo Jota FC Pro World Championship trophy.
Yeah, lovely touch from all involved with EA Sports there ahead of the 26th of July when that trophy will be presented. The newly named Diogo Jota FC Pro World Championship trophy. Only a handful of players have been able to lift it before. This will be the third time this new trophy, this newly created trophy, is a chance for Dembele, who can get around the defender, believe it or not, and squeeze it to the near post.
Yeah, I think Mark Marley will be a little bit disappointed with that one. It looked as though Alphonso Davies was in the lane, but this one, Dembele, too strong. The bruiser couldn't just quite get in there in time, and Dembele squeezed it in. I don't know if I've ever done a 5-day broadcast before. Trying to think back.
I think it might have been the Sports World Cup last time we were there.
Yeah,
Unless that was across
4
days.
Mark from the corner.
Where's this one going to end up? Mark Marley taking his time before trying to find the finesse shot.
What's the longest shot you've ever done?
Well, I know Carl Walker used to do a good stint on during the online qualifiers. Used to do the Oceania region and then come in for potentially, was it Europe and then went to South America? I can't remember if
Yeah,
it did.
used to be a 7 a.m. until 1 a.m. shift. I think ours must be the Draft Story Cup version 2. 15-hour show.
I think we had every guest that we could find come on that sofa and join us.
10 a.m. until 2 a.m. Lovely finish from Mark Marley. Finds the bottom corner, 2-2. I don't know if you can feel the same, Brandon. MV Lake coming through here. Okay. That low driven, lovely, lovely finish. The aiming all that, so precise into the bottom corner. Even from our locations in England, you can feel the tension from Paris, can't you? It's only across the Channel Island, but it feels so tense.
No, absolutely. I mean, we can hear the reactions of the passion. From all that it means to these players. And what really is on the line. Unfortunately, what awaits tomorrow is even more scary. Some of the names in those play-ins are ridiculous. Let's jump back over with Oberon. Let's check in with Oberon and see how he's getting on in his lower bracket game. Well then, Oberon 6, Lucas Official 2. He is pulled away from that game, hasn't he? Serious result.
Yeah, it's such a good result there. Just put his foot down on the accelerator. I was talking with Ryan about some of the players that we just don't see anymore, Brandon. Some of those big icons just not in the team anymore. A Eusebo or a Pele. Maybe a Ruud Gullit.
I was going to say, this Jude Bellingham we're seeing at the moment, this path to glory, the level of player in midfield that he is, it kind of throws me back to Amsterdam playoffs, sort of that Ruud Gullit that was not just a box-to-box midfielder, but actually scored a lot of goals.
Yeah. Big head, don't care.
It's true about Ruud. He has got a big head, doesn't care, especially Pele. I mean, there's another one of those icons who we might not get to see as much as we would like to see. I know there was the World's Game update where anyone could pick up a Pele and Evo him to as he wanted to. I know Evos aren't allowed here at the last chance qualifier, but yeah, Pele was always deemed as the player to be. It's a long ball over the top. Oberon is looking for 7. It's not going to happen.
Well, we were waiting for a couple more results to come in, weren't we? We've still got 4 games to wrap up here. Flair Radida alongside Rok Bedov. That game is awaiting a winner. I think we know which way this game's going to go as Oberon turns on the class and adds a 7th.
I think at this point we can say, Oberon, you're into the next round. Over here, though, Abu Fazi, this is just what he does in the last chance qualifier. He relishes the chance and the challenge.
Let's go back to Mark Marley.
Well, quite a few people asking for Bedov. We haven't actually got his game feed. These are the only games we've got live that we can show you for those that are asking for certain individual players or performances. What I can't wait, though, for, Richard, is a confirmed game for a spot in the play-ins. Fuma against Oberon.
That's where we're looking, isn't it? That is going to be the game with the eyes on. And both of those two might end up going through with the last chance qualifier opportunity with the sort of final qualifying match.
In for a bit of extra time, though. A bit more drama in this lower bracket. That might be the case here. He won't bother showing you Oberon because he is cruising towards the next round of the loser round 3.
Could be in. Good defending from Mark. Made sure that Mark Poubel wasn't pulled out of position. He's in here with Salma.
4-3. No.
That's Casillas for you. What a save.
It's one that he had to make. Lovely head down onto the edge of the box. As Mark Marley will look to try and recycle this, he is building towards a match winner. Which will set up a date against Call Me Mod in the loser round 3. I'd still love to know who that is, Call Me Mod. I mean, is it a pro we should know who's undercover? Only time will tell, we'll have to see. Well, is this going to end up? Lovely turn from Cruyff. Maybe held on to that for a little bit too long there. Usman Dembele, who scored before from this angle, cuts it across, and Mark Marley finds himself in quite a situation with just over 6 minutes left.
It's a really well worked goal, I've got to say. The McGeady to cancel on the edge of the box, waited for that space to open up on the wing, took the byline, and then a pass into such a dangerous area. Right place, right time. MB Lake, what is there? 6 minutes left to play, I think. There will be a chance here for Mark, but it's going to be very, very late and has to be clutch.
Six minutes for Malik to see himself through, unless there is to be late drama from Mark Marley. Do not count this man out ever. Vitinha. Henry! You simply do not count this man out.
Clinical from Marley. The build-up was so nice. Vitinha was at the heart of it. Thierry Henry in the right place at the right time. And the finish, perfect.
Extra time might just be on the cards.
Apologies if you are hearing me sniffle a little bit. I am had the windows open overnight and the pollen has attacked me.
So it's either the pollen or maybe a bit too much air conditioning, but I wouldn't say we haven't got any air conditioning in England, so...
I've got a one fan from a store which is 2 letters. It cost me $12.99. Don't know if I can say the name, but it's 1 letter before B and 1 letter before M. Chance. Mark Marley! Unbelievable! And we see that reaction from him. He left it late, but it's great.
Mark Marley has just flipped the game on its head and just flipped Malik's tournament on his head because he's out. Mark Marley goes through. He's in a qualification game now. But for Malik, that is the end of the road. You do not count out Mark Marley. 2 goals in 3 in-game minutes. Unbelievable FC. And back to this one now for the closing stages. 2 minutes, just less than that. 1:15 in fact. For Abu Faz, he's going for all the kick takers, trying to take all the time he can to see this game out now. 1 minute left, and he is going through to the next round of the losers.
Mark Marley will play Call Me Mod in the next round for a spot. Oh my God, he's gave the ball away. He's gave the ball away.
Pressure's on you, Beast. Added time of 2 minutes. Only 1 minute left to be played. He's given it away, hasn't he? Abu Faz, it's in your hand. We'll see you in the next rounds.
He's got away with that. He should have been punished there. He's given the ball away in a terrible area, but Abu Fazi will go through and will confirm a date with Una 38p.
Well, I'm seeing it still underway, the Oberon Lucas game, but surely that's got to be a full time, if not, because Oberon was cruising and he is continue to put on the thread there. He scored 10 goals in this game. Oberon 10, Lucas Official 5. Lucas Official heading out of the last chance qualifier in Paris. And it will be Fuma against Oberon in the next round. Winner of that qualifies for the play-ins. I'm sure that'll be one of the games that we'll be hoping to have live on stream.
We've only got 2 rounds remaining here from the last chance qualifier before we come back for the play-ins tomorrow. It's going to be losers round 3, basically qualifying matches, and then one final round for the 4 losers of those games that will go head-to-head. You win and you're in, you lose and you're home.
Well, I think he knows it's done. Oberon through, Lucas Official out. And unfortunately, that's the end of his FC 26 season. And just like that, losers round 2 is done and dusted.
Usually there, MV Lick, he's probably thinking, how have I not won that game? Mark Manley scored in, what, the 87th minute? And then scored in the 91st minute.
Mark Marley, what a game. Barely get a reaction out of him, especially of that level of passion. He knows what it means. He is through to the next round of the lower bracket. This is the stage now, Rich. 4 of those players in this next round will go through to the play-ins tomorrow. Those 4 losers will then go down for a second chance to try and grab their spot.
Bedolf against Elias. Abifuazi versus Unur. Marley versus Chloe Maud. And Fuma in a heavyweight clash against Oberon.
Where do we watch? That's the question, chat. You tell us, which game do you want to see live on broadcast? Because we're going to be bringing it to you live for you after this break. We have got 8 more players battling out. 4 tickets will be available from this next round. There's only 6 spots left, remember. 6 spots to join the 8 already come through from the upper bracket. They will be going through to those play-ins, which kick off tomorrow. But you're seeing already how the level of competition here. Players like Encante, Mats Kuhlemeyer, all missing out.
You know what it is? It's the players going out, Brandon, I think, show how good the level is. Oilito, Tom Lees, Footbin Stokes, just players who are synonymous with finals, with qualifying through. Not making it shows the sheer quality that is on display here in the STC contenders.
Absolutely. Well, look, we said we're going to go to a break to get these next games teed up. When we return, it is losers round 3. Who is qualifying for the play-ins? There's only 6 tickets left. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
512 players came into Paris, and now only 8 remain with the opportunity at the play-ins at the tip of their fingers. Richard Buckley alongside Brandon Smith to guide you through the last couple of rounds remaining. There's only going to be a handful of games left in the LCQ, and it's our job to find out who will be joining the 12 players already, the 8 players already confirmed in the play-ins through the LCQ. And we need to find 14 altogether.
It sounds crazy, Rich, but there's 8 players left in the tournament. 6 of them are actually going to be going through, which, I mean, you look at that, the odds are massively in your favour because you're going to get 2 shots of this. You're going to potentially win this game now. You're in. You're into the play-ins tomorrow. It's that seeding and where you end up, what group on the play-ins will come with time and will all be announced, I'm sure, before we come into tomorrow's broadcast. But for the 4 losers, they'll drop down into another round of the lower bracket, the losers bracket, and only 2 of those of the 4 will qualify. So 6 spots for 8 doesn't sound too bad.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. If you're in this round right now, if you're one of those 8 players, you would fancy your chance at qualifying. You would fancy your chance at going through. But 2 of those 8, Brandon, are going to feel heartbreak because they're not going to make it into the play-ins.
Absolutely. I mean, chat, you can have a guess now. You'd probably predict the game that... I feel like no matter who loses that game, Fuma or Oberon, I'm confident they'll still find a way through. Of course, one of them will do it now. One could still do it on the lower side of the bracket. Well, look at this then. These are the games that we could be looking at in front of our eyes. We've got Call Me Mod. Let's have a little look.
We're taking on Mark
Call
Marley.
Me Mod, who... we haven't heard too much about. We just saw him having a conversation across the room with Abu Fwazi before going into this. He takes on Mark Marley, as we know. Abu Fwazi is on this table. He's taken on our 38p. And then Fuma Oberon, the only game that has kicked off. There's a lot of Bedell fans in here. We apologise. We haven't got his game, but he is currently underway. He's 10 minutes into that against Elias. They're probably just heading into the second half, or at least closing out the first half.
Yeah, Call Me Maud, for what I'm seeing, a Saudi Arabian player, finished in the top 12 this season in the Saudi E-League, the ESPL. Has been obviously competing in the Last Chance qualifier. Looks like he did play in last year's Last Chance qualifier as well. Let's see how far he did go. But he's not unfamiliar with this scenario. As for Abu Fwazi, another player, Brandon, who is very comfortable with the pressure of the Last Chance qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. He takes on our 38p, who plays his FC in the virtual Bundesliga with FSV Mainz. His run has been a little bit different. Mostly had his appearance this season in the Club Championship, the 2v2, the team format of the virtual Bundesliga. Didn't really get to see him flourish as such in the 1v1 virtual Bundesliga, where you'll be, of course, familiar with the likes of Nasada, who was champion there. Alian Lyon, runner-up.
And for me, Brandon, the game of the round. Fuma versus Oberon. 2 players who have gone back and forth before in competition. The FC Pro Open in 2024, they were both in the same group. Oberon won 4-3 and a draw. And they played in a qualifier back in 2023, European qualifier, where Oberon won 7-5. I don't read too much into those results. What I do read into is the fact that they have both been battling away in this lower bracket to get to this point. And neither of them will have any inkling of losing this game. They will be full of confidence.
Well, it just takes that. I mean, if you can get through this, you can get into tomorrow. It just takes a little bit of pressure off, because when you come into tomorrow, you're not jumping straight into knockout FC. So round robin format, you will get to play a handful of games, at least 5 rounds of matches, hopefully, depending on how far you can go there. But we are underway for this one. Fuma Obron will be no doubt the game of the round here in losers round 3. Phase 3 round. 4 of these players in this round will qualify for the play-ins that take place tomorrow here, live in Paris. I mean, I'm sure you won't complain, Rich, but for some players, they're going to be flying in tomorrow to then fly back in 10 days' time as Obron gets us started just 2.5 minutes in.
This is what I was just going to say. The way in which Obron won that last game, what was he? 7-2 up, 8-2 up against Lucas Official before a few consolation goals came in for Lucas. That's the thing I read into. The huge victory against such a good player in Lucas Official. That's why I would edge this game 60-40 to the Italian Obron.
Especially with the performance he's just put on as well, scoring 10 goals. Obron, Saka. Finesse shot stopped there by Maldini. Already 10 minutes in, we are seeing dominance from the Italian. Saka! Obron leads by 2-0.
Out the blocks like a racehorse is Obron. 2-0 up inside the opening 7 minutes.
What a start. I'll tell you what, he can smell blood in the water, card. He's on for a third if he can make this work against Fuma.
Look at that runner there in behind. He didn't elect to play Vicky Lopez in. Now we'll once again just recycle. I really like the team, I've got to say, of Obron. All the players in there that I think small, nimble.
Trying to see if there are any sort of like main differences in the team. I guess Scott McTominay's been a lot of people's cup of tea. De Jong also, but I've seen those positions change and other players playing those roles. Maldini and Stam along the back line with potentially a goal back here for Fuma.
Lovely finish. Jude Bellingham once again proving why. I just think it's nonsense not to have him in there, in that midfield. This could be a great game, though. It is really going to be a great game. It's almost one of those that you just want to sit back and watch. Unfortunately, we can't do that. We're commentating on it as Bukayo Saka levels up the tie at 2-2.
I mean, what, we're 16 minutes in, we've seen Obron dominate for 8 minutes, and we've seen Fuma score 2 goals in 3 in game minutes. What a game this one's already looking to be. The good news is, though, they will get a second try at this if they are unsuccessful in this round. Chance for Obron. There's a goal in here, and there's a goal in another game. We can hear the reaction.
Should we go there? Should we see what else is happening? Obviously, we've got plenty of matches taking place. We've got 3 different games that are all underway. And Abu Fouazi with a 3-0 lead here in the opening 20 minutes.
Wow. I mean, all the tight games he's had, Richard, to this point. I don't think we would have expected this level of performance or this scoreline in under 20 minutes in the most important game of the bracket for him. What situation he finds himself in. He leads. Well, let's check in with Mark Marley then. Mark Marley, call me Mod. The potential new name appearing from Saudi Arabia. This is 0-0, believe it or not, the only game that we've got on broadcast where there hasn't been a goal, or has there? Because Mark Marley has just got his first goal of the game. And surprise, surprise, who's got it? Cutting in from the left-hand side, as she has done all weekend long. Mark Marley gets the breakthrough in this loser round.
Great time, Brandon, to take us over there, I've got to say. As well. Talk about confidence. Mark Marley, the way that he won that last game. Trailing in the 87th, 2 quick-fire goals. Last kick of the game in injury time to solidify the victory. There's a lovely McGeady spin, a little bit chaotic on the line. And an auto clearance from Casillas. Could have got messy.
Do you think that anyone that comes through this last chance qualifier into the play-ins will make it to the World Championships?
Absolutely.
Do you reckon just the one? Or do you reckon two?
I think we'll have multiple. I think half.
Half?
Yeah.
Depending, I think, on a few of those names already. Looking back on the Gibarros, Diego Mendes, Kamal, Harvey Waters, Lee Brady, Nick Snebb, Okan, Daniel. They're already there.
I think if you look at the level, one of Fuma or Oberon, I think, goes through into the World Championships. I think Mark Marley wins this game and then goes through to the World Championships.
I think we look at or Nick Snebb.
Yeah, I think both go in. Do you know what? I've been so impressed by Luke's Daniel. I think he could continue. You think these players, they've had 3 days of playing in that scenario, on that stage, in that setting, just getting confidence, getting used to playing, getting used to the environment, getting used to everything. And that's a big, big bonus. And yeah, I think at least 5 players from the last chance qualifier will make the 10 selected out the play-ins.
I just think the hard thing is, naturally, you look at those 46 players that are already locked in for the play-ins, and yes, there are players from all different routes and different regions, as there's a ball roll into a finesse shot there for Call Me Mod to equalise. But, Ilian Bushi, I know the obvious ones, Tex and Lex and Young and Stingray. Don't get me wrong, there is going to be a handful of those players that I can see having maybe not the best day in the office tomorrow, because it is, as you said, it's one and done tomorrow. You come in, if you're not at your best, you're out, your season's done. If you are at your best, you're at the World Championships, and before you know it, in 10 days' time, you are back to defend your chance of becoming world champion. Brilliant response from Mark Marley, straight down the opposite end. Bukayo Saka, thank you very much. He's back in front 2-1. Perfect response.
Yeah, it's just what you want, isn't it? All over the top, that's going to bounce out of play. I learned something the other day. Joe, always learning on FC. Joe, if the linesman, so if you play a ball over the top and the linesman stands still, the ball's going out. If the linesman carries on running, you've got a chance of having a touch to control it.
Did you see that live in a game, or
did you? And I picked it up.
I thought you were going to say if they just stop, you're offside or something on those lines.
No. Always learning. Well, in this pause, let's go to another game and see what else is happening. Abu Fwazi 4-1 up now. It was 3-0, then 4-1, still leading by 3 clear goals. And that's 5-1.
Well, there's the 4-goal gap. Abu Fwazi is getting closer and closer towards one of those spots in the FC Pro play-ins tomorrow.
He's playing really well, Abu Fawzi. If he plays like this, Brandon, I think he qualifies into the World Championship. He's one that, offensively, he looks really good. And he also looks like he's never really out of the game because of how good he can attack.
And look, let's be honest, especially for his last chance qualifier consistency, Rich, maybe it's overdue for him. He'll certainly bring the atmosphere, and although we're not in Saudi Arabia this time round for the Esports World Cup, he was always a fan's favourite, and he pulls out the sunglasses when it's all going well.
Shall we go to Boomer and Oberon?
Let's go over there if we can.
I think it might be half time. Oh,
my
wow.
God.
8-4.
It's 8-4 and we're not even at half time. Keep in mind, Oberon scored 10 goals in 90 in-game minutes in the last game. What a start. What a performance so far. This is not out. We know how dangerous Fuma can be going forward.
He's on course for 15.
But what on earth are we seeing from Oberon?
That's a crazy half-time result, by the way. 8-4, Oberon leading.
How do you reckon it ends, scoreline? 11-7.
I wish it was at 8-4. No goals in the second half. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I'll go 17-10. Why not?
I mean, the last time we saw a game with that many goals was like Headers against Anders in an online qualifier over 2 games. Something crazy. These are qualification games for those that are joining us. A lot of you asking for updates on Elias's game against Berov. We haven't got that one on broadcast, but it will be the one that finishes before these ones. But we can confirm.
Yeah, go for it.
Elas is through. Elas is into the play-ins tomorrow. If you're a fan of Elas, he is there. He has beaten Bedov, so he is there. But Bedov will get another chance. Bedov will drop down to the next losers round, and he will have another chance to still get his spot tomorrow. So his tournament's not done just yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to see on the bracket that we can see here.
Lovely turn, finesse.
Finish.
Mark Marley 4-2.
On who will play against who in that one-off game. If it's just as simple as Bedov goes down and then he plays the loser of Abu Fazi or Honor, or it flips again. Can't see it anywhere. Then, bad offside trap.
Where's his option? Doesn't need one. Does not need an option. I'll tell you what he's doing with that Bukayo Saka item on his own is incredible.
Right place, right time. Every time for Saka and Mark Marley, and he's making him pay. You can just tell when someone feels confident with an item and what they can do for them, and the animations that they're going to take, the shot type they're going to take, and I think you can see Mark with the players that he selected here. He feels so comfortable with them.
Do you think this could be Mark Marley's year, Rich, to try and get a World Championship spot?
It certainly could be. It certainly could be. Obviously, we don't know how the matchup's going to line up for him tomorrow. But he'll have no fear, any of the players there. He knows that if he plays well, he's capable of beating anyone, as Colmy Ward gets one back.
Long time still to be played in this as well. Good 30 minutes. Right. Has there been any more goals in Oberon against Fuma? It was 8-4 at half-time. Let's go and have a look. Something tells me there probably has already been a few more goals. Well, there's been one. Just one for now. Fuma has got the goal in 10 minutes.
And does win the ball high up the pitch there as well, Fuma. This game... Only 3 goals, but you're asking Oberon to give you a bit of a favour. You're asking him to switch off at some point defensively, which we know Oberon quite well he's not going to do. If you beat him, you're going to have to take it from him.
Saka. Kiki couldn't find the extra pass that she was looking for, but Fuma will find his counter-attack though. Musiala will have all the time and will do well there. Just to stay composed, because it was one of those chances, Rich, where he could have had a little bit too much time potentially.
Yep. Standard FC 26 goal, really. Into the cam, first time through ball round the corner. 1-1 with the goalkeeper after the triggered run.
2 goals in this one now. Let's check back in with Abu Fwazi. He was looking pretty confident last time we saw him. He's still in the same scenario. He's got a 3-goal lead, 25 in-game minutes away from him qualifying for the last chance qualifier. We'll do our best to give you the winning moments and those reactions when players do qualify for the play-ins.
Mark Marley in this pause. Should we see how he's getting on?
Let's jump back over. Mark Marley, let's see if he's come back out of the pause, because last time we saw it, he did just score a goal with Saka. And he has conceded. You can hear the reactions of fans in the Esports World Cup. Maybe that's the apex stage behind us.
I think it's either Apex Legends or Valorant, which seem to be taking place right now at the EWC. It's got Dota 2 taking place. I think that's the group stages of Dota.
Yeah, it normally goes for quite a few days, that, doesn't it, Dota, normally?
Yeah, the Valorant on the STC Arena. I think it's the playoff semi-finals right now. Oh, cannons off the crossbar.
It's another long ball forward if he's got the legs on. The defender there was also asking quite a lot from Cruyff. And try and find his way through. 50 minutes, a big 50 minutes. Mark Marley 5, Call Me Mod 4, but maybe not for too much longer. That's going to go out for a goal kick. Let's go back to Oberon if we can. Oberon Fuma. Fuma was building a comeback. Let's see the latest on that one. Oberon scored again, so he has got a 3-goal gap. An important goal. That next goal in that game would have been really, really vital.
Yeah, it certainly would have been. And I think if you're looking at this matchup now, the Fuma comeback train just seems to have come to a close with Oberon just taking control of the game.
I mean, look, they scored 12 goals in 45 minutes. Let's not count out what a potential comeback could be.
I feel like the story, Brandon, with 3 goals in this game, 3 goals in Abu Fawaz's game, is Mark Marley.
Shall we go there? Mark Marley.
Yeah, let's head there.
Thanks to our production team that are allowing us to jump around the games as quickly as we want to. Mark Marley, let's check into him next. We've just joined at the perfect time, Rich.
The ball's in the back of the net and a pause is in.
I mean, the pause not so much, but more so that Mark Marley has just scored another goal. And now he has got a 2-goal gap. He is heading closer and closer towards the play-ins.
Perfect timing, really, isn't it, for Mark Marley? As we wrap up these all-important qualifying matches from the lower bracket. Is the 2-goal cushion enough?
Mark Marley going through, Abu Farsi going through, and Obron going through. Of course, Elias is already there. He is in the play-ins. I mean, it's looking pretty stacked. Sorry, I think there's still going to be 2 more spots available in the next round. But the play-ins are slowly filling up. There was 14 spots available. Now there's only 5 that remain with the current games ongoing. There's a cut back. There's Mark Marley. That's another shot blocked. But if he scores from this attack, it certainly will be game, set and match. But where's that goal come from? Is that...
I mean, it's not actually our game, that.
I wasn't sure if it was Abu Farsi potentially, or celebrating a full-time result.
Mark Marley just playing the possession game. Killing this tie. Feel like I'm back at the Premier League. Something out of RSD's playbook here. Just making sure that the win never in doubt.
Added time of 1 minute. Mark Marley, congratulations. You are in the play-ins. And you'll be back tomorrow.
Well done, Mark.
Full time. Mark is there, and Obron looks to be joining him as well. Fuma is down into the next round of the lower bracket. We'll get a second chance at it.
So we've got to see how these elimination games round out. I think it'll just be as simple as the ties that are closest to each other, Brandon. Yeah, I think so. There you have it. Obron, resilient. We know his quality, but I think this weekend, Brandon, he showed his grit as well.
Absolutely, especially when you've lost in the first round in the winners and he's down in the losers for game after game. Abu Farsi also to conclude this round to join them. A big well done to him as well. I mean, there was moments where he was being eliminated yesterday, days before. And he will be there, playing secured for Twisted Minds. Abu Farsi. Commiserations to those that have just been eliminated. Or sorry, not eliminated, down to the lower bracket. They will get one more chance, all right? There will be 4 players left battling it out for 2 final tickets. As it stands, Rich, we have got 58 players locked in for the play-ins. There are 2 spots left.
To be completely honest, Brandon, it's a game you'd love to win. It's not an awful game to lose that, because you get another chance now. You get another opportunity against a player who has just lost a game. You're not coming into it fresh off someone getting a good result and you're coming in lacking confidence. You're coming in, you've just lost a game, your opponent's just lost a game. Win and go in. Simple as that. 1 game of FC, everything is on the line.
Absolutely. Elias in, Abu Farsi in, Marley in, Obron in. They'll be back tomorrow to battle out for an FC Pro World Championship spot. Remember, 10 players will go there tomorrow from the 60 players competing. That is the lower bracket of Phase 3. I don't know if we've got the other part of the bracket. If not, but the players have just lost in loser bracket round 3 are playing against each other in the next round, which, in case you missed it, this was the upper bracket for the start of Phase 3. Gabarros is there, Diogo Mendes there, Kamal, Harvey Waters, Lebrady, Nick Sneb, Okan and Daniel after a very long extra time game against Rari Dard. All in to the play-ins tomorrow, Rich. There is one round of action left from Phase 3 and all eyes are on tomorrow, the big one.
One round, 2 spots. Very simple. Win and you're in. Lose and the LCQ and the FC Pro World Championships and the ultimate opportunity at glory come to a close for the FC 26 season. I can't wait.
It sounds crazy. 512 players joined us here in Paris a few days ago. Now there are 4 players left battling out for 2 final spots to rejoin the rest of the competition tomorrow for the play-ins here in Paris. We're off for a quick break before our last round of day 3 of the last chance qualifier here for the Esports World Cup. We'll see you in a few minutes' time to conclude what has been another great day of FC here in Paris.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Well, welcome back to this last chance qualifier live from Paris. Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley taking you through our final round of day 3 of the tournament. We started all the way back on Thursday. 512 competitors all flew into Paris from all different parts of the world, all hoping and vying to be one of the 14 players to get a spot in the play-ins, which kick off tomorrow. Rich, there are just 2 spots left from the 14. Ready to be locked in this next round of action. It's all to play for still for these 4 players.
4 players, 2 games, 2 sports, 1 match. That is what is in front of you. And these are the games that you're going to be watching. Huge, huge stakes on the line. All eyes on these matches. Seeing who will be playing against each other here. Boomer, after a difficult defeat against Oberon in the previous match. You got Call Me Maud in there after losing to Mark Marley of Team Fnatic. Bedov after losing against Abi Fouazi. Oh, Bedov against, Ilias. My mistake. And Anu after losing to Abu Fouazi.
I don't know if that is Bedov Badar?
What we can tell you is that's Fuma and that's Colby Maud. And with headphones on and earphones in, I think this game might be getting underway very soon. Boomer. It was 9-1 before he ran into Oberon. Now faces his first defeat.
We're just locking in the game codes and we are ready to get this final round going.
Said this yesterday, Brandon. I think I was with Ryan. I want to give a big shout out to all the admins who have worked the last 3 days here at the SCC Contenders Hall for this qualification of the FC Pro Last Chance qualifiers. A whole host of matches taking place. Hundreds of games, thousands of goals, and for the most part, I've got to say, it's ran very, very smoothly.
It has. I mean, look, as you said, 512 players were here on Thursday. There's been 4 sittings of 128 players, which no doubt is not easy to manage, but the admins have been superb.
Quick check of the settings there. Just see Casey in the chat. She says, biggest surprise of the day.
I mean, I'd probably say, I'd like to say we don't know too much about Lebrady, who's gone through by the upper bracket, but maybe an upset of someone who's crashed out, potentially, or is not going to be. Like Tuga could be a good example of someone who's not going to be even at the play-ins. You'd expect him to be there as a minimum.
Do you know what? After how good he played, maybe Cameron Rock not making it. He was playing really well.
Baku Cohen, not in the play-ins. Just missing out
Some
today.
players doing really well. as well that maybe I didn't have doing as not necessarily as good as they've done, but flawlessly going through 6-0. Okan, 6-0. Didn't have that on my bingo card. Loops Daniel, 6-0. Players that we've just not seen much of this year. Diogo Mendes, not seen a lot of this year. FC St. Pauli Kamal, not seen a lot of this year. All going through with a 6-0 record.
Here we go then.
There we go. Thumbs up.
Let's get it started. People in the chat asking how the play-ins are working tomorrow. Well, it's going to be a little bit complicated, but it will be a great day of action. It's 60 players that are split into 10 groups of 6 players. We're still determining what the LCQ players will go into group-wise. They'll be split across, of course, all of the different groups available. They are all best-of-1 matches. The top 4 players from each group go through to the playoffs. And then when we're in the playoffs, it's then a single elimination. The winner of each bracket qualifies for the World Championships. Of course, there is also a few more twists and turbulations on the way how you can get there. But the biggest prize is that 10 players are going to the World Championships. There's also more prize money to earn as well, just for getting to the play-ins. $3,000 guaranteed as we kick off our last round and kick off with our first goal.
And it is going 1-0 up. Inside the opening 3 minutes. It's been a tournament of early goals, Brandon.
It's been a tournament of lots of goals as well. I mean, a few people in the chat a bit confused about why these players are still getting to play when they've lost a game, of how the bracket run. This is the extra chance of a qualification opportunity for these players who just fell down after losing their last game. The process has always been here in Paris. You lose 2 games, you are eliminated. These players were superior in the upper bracket, but for Bedov, this is not the best 5 in-game minutes. He's 2-0 down. Not the start he would have wanted at all.
I actually want to give a big shout out as well, Brandon, to Elias. The player who qualified today. He's complete amateur player. Just saw his social media post saying he's qualified for the play-ins as an amateur. Thanks for today's strength. We'll keep up the work tomorrow. It shows that these last chance qualifiers, it can happen for you.
The best part about the last chance qualifier, Rich, is that anyone could buy a ticket, even me and you. I mean, that would be the best money we've spent, but
there was a world until I got asked to commentate this event. I did contemplate it.
Well, you did tell me you were going to potentially go there and you'll be making content. I didn't have you down as playing, but maybe that was the content.
That was my ticket into the venue.
Let's see. How far? You could be like, how far can a commentator get in the last chance qualifier? I mean, you'd probably get a free win on the first game because that person wouldn't turn up.
And then that's a win for me.
And then who knows?
Getting a back 5. 5 centre-backs across the back 5. Erling Haaland up top. Get the ball in the box. Speaking of Erling Haaland, think he'll score tonight?
It's a bit outrageous to shout, but I reckon there's going to be so much focus on stopping Haaland that someone else, is it Nusa?
Nusa, yeah. Odegaard.
Yeah, that someone else is going to pop in and potentially score a goal. There's going to be so much focus on stopping the source into Haaland. I can see it going both ways. On one side, I'm feeling really confident. On the other side, I'm thinking we could be in trouble.
We have got another game, I think, that's underway at the moment.
How's it going the other game then? Should we check over if we can?
Here we go. And it's 3-1.
Thuma is 3-1 up in 40 minutes. I know he's conceded as well. 4 goals in this. I think that's just a hint of what is to come in this one. A lot more to follow.
I'm very nervous, I've got to say, about tonight. Vitinha, lovely play, opens up the finesse shot.
Who's our right back?
Probably you, innit? But Gary Neville's over in New York.
Could do a job. Chance to break away here for a third for Thuma. Look at the time and space he's got. 4-1 in less than 20 minutes. Pause comes in. Let's jump back across to our other game if we can.
You saw the depth being heightened there. Could spell disaster. As this could here for Bedoff. Lacroqueta inside. Jude Bellingham. 3-0. We might be in for a bit of a wet dud of a finish potentially, if these games are as emphatic as they've opened. This might be 4. Just get there, just bounces out for a goal kick. Yeah, tomorrow's show, our mood will be very different depending on the the result at 10 p.m. tonight. Will be me, Brandon, and Ryan back again.
So far, so good. Unless Bedoff can get a goal back now, again, manages it well. Does the virtual Bundesliga representative of FC Mainz.
Who?
Mainz, sorry. FSV Mainz, not Mainz. Should know that more than most. We spent a good chunk of time, didn't we, in Hamburg?
Yeah. None of those VBL clubs like the back of my hands. Something very exciting is happening at the Esports World Cup. I think it's coming from the STC Arena. Obviously, this is week 1 of the championships. We'll be taking up the STC Arena in week 3 for the FC Pro World Championships. Excited to be over there. Spoiler. Oh, what has happened to his stamina? Is he team pressed by accident?
That is not what you want to see at 35 minutes into the game, is it?
Maybe. I don't know. So I'll ask you a question. You've watched a lot of FC this year, Brandon. Very, very early prediction. World Championships. It feels wrong to not say Anders, no?
Emre Yilmaz, Anders final.
See, it just feels... We've never seen consistency like it. 4 events, 4 wins over a calendar year is pretty ridiculous. Like, Tex had dominance in 2019, but it was split. There was players also doing it alongside Emis Desari and Nicholas, and I think Lev Vinken was really good that year. Stefano Pina picked up an LCQ win here or there. I think what Tex did was outstanding, and the level of competition was so good. But Anders Vergang has won everything he's played this year.
There is a chance that he could have a season that we've never seen before from any player that has won every single major tournament and a league in there as well. Of course, the current closest we've seen to a season like this was Tex back in 19, where he won pretty much everything other than, of course, the World Championships. Anders Vergang, we already know he's a world champion. We already know he's made over $1 million in prize money, but he generally could be on for a season that we've never seen before. And the only person that seems to really push him is Emre Yilmaz, who always matches him in the final. If it's not Anders winning, it's Emre Yilmaz normally there.
Absolutely. We are in a pause here at half-time as he's going to change his central midfielders. I did see someone in the chat say playing on 90 depth. I think even still, that stamina drain is... it's being forced into a change at half-time. Let's go to the other game and see how Fuma is getting on. Last time we saw it, he was leading convincingly against Comimod. Prosper in the chat saying Anders is winning everything. Just hand the trophy to Anders already.
I mean, I know we're overshadowing the current world champion, Manu Bashir. And look, I'll be honest, that world championship last year, Rich, I was looking at that final 8 bracket at one point, that final 16, I was thinking there's some interesting storylines going on here.
Yeah. You had Tex doing as well as he's ever done in a world championships. You had Nicholas starting off the bracket. You had the truly unbelievable run from Breach. What was it? Nicholas, Levy David, Oberon, all falling to him on the way through. And nobody at all had Anders getting groups last year, losing to Fakir on the main stage.
That was probably the story of the FC Pro World Championship. Other than Manu Bashir becoming a 2-time world champion, which in itself is absolutely ridiculous. Half-time. And there's been 8 goals in this one. Fuma may be in front and has led the charge of this, but he's still not there just yet. He's 45 minutes away from doing so as we switch games back to this one now. And I mean, for Bedoff, I don't think he's even got started at this point, and whatever's happened with that stamina, as you mentioned, Rich, has certainly potentially played a factor here. 4-0 in the 55th minute.
And it looks like Bedoff's LCQ just seems to have just dampened out here, unfortunately. The hands of an Well, every time we go to a pause, we try and keep the action flowing. Is Fuma back underway for the second half? Call me Mud. I'm hearing they are in a pause right now, so both games are currently in a tactical pause.
Back underway in this one while the other one is in a pause. As it stands, Fuma And Spina is on his way through to the next round of the last chance qualified play-ins, and that is the full 60 players locked in. And all eyes, Rich, are on what group are they going to be in tomorrow? Of course, 10 groups of 6 players in each. It's a round-robin format. Of course, everyone playing 5 games. The top 4 players from each will go through. So, you know, the margin for error is a bit more kinder.
I just saw a tweet from Cameron Rock, and it puts into perspective how cruel FC Esports can be. Out of the LCQ, top 17 to 24. I can't describe the pain I made losing the game to make play-ins, all because I messed up a big chance and conceded from it in the 83rd minute. Missed out on the play-ins from PSG losing in the E-League, and now this. Along with losing the qualifying game to make the Pro Open in Atlanta. FC 26 over. The smallest of margins. Really is difficult.
Call me mod, finesse from quite the distance and a big chance to break away. That was very aggressive from Yapstam. He had to get that one right. Call me mod, lovely turn, even better finesse. He's not there yet because Call me mod is charging down to try and pull this back.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice finish. The Burma spin inside, followed by the finesse into the far corner. He's coming forward again here, Brandon. Good tackle there from Fuma to step in with Maldini. But this game's far from over. I think this will be where our attention is turning here in the closing moments. After this attack comes in, let's jump back to the other match. But let's just see this attack first, because it's a big finesse on the left boot from Kika Nazareth. But Fuma 6-4 up.
Such different games, isn't it? I mean, still here. We're going to see it for the first time across the whole last chance qualifier, Richard. A potential clean sheet. So
I think we just looked at the timing there, Brandon. This game's going to finish first. So we'll see the reaction from Anur.
I feel like Bedov's potentially mentally checked out of this game. Just look how he slouched on the chair. He knows that it's too big of an ask. Well, if we can, let's go back, because I think this one is certainly over already, and you can just see he is not in the right mood to really close this one out. I think if he could, he'd happily just say, let's just call the game there. Back over here now, though, there is still only 1 goal in it between the two. Crazy, Rich. You've got an 11-goal game here on the other side. It's just one-way traffic. It's done already.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, when you build yourself up for that final game and you just can't seem to quite pull the performance out that you need to. As for Call Me Maud, he was trailing pretty emphatically against Fuma, but he's managed to fight his way back into this tie. Runners. That would have been a great pass. Heavy touch from Salma. It does get away. Marc Pubil can't quite outstrength the Barcelona Champions League winner.
I really do start to wonder who's going to fall themselves in the group of Tex. We've actually already seen certain names go through now, so I've just seen an update here of who's gone through. So Kamau is being put into Group G, I believe. Group H, Diogo Mendes, Harvey Waters and Nick Snebb. In Group I, people are starting to fall through. So that place of where you're playing with Tex is not been decided yet. All the one with Stingray, Group B and Montaxa and so forth. Chance now to conclude it. And that's a 2-goal gap for Fuba. And he is about 13 minutes away from getting into the play-ins.
As is this man, Brandon. Seconds remain. He's done the business.
And that's the full time there. Bedoff out. And that's the end of his road. For Honour, he is through. We'll see him tomorrow in the play-ins. That's spot number 13 done from this last chance qualifying from the 512 players. There is one spot left as we're in this last pause, probably the last pause of the game. If you're
77 minutes.
If you're an S8UL esports fan, you'll be happy to know we've got 2 players locked in. Potentially.
Yeah, not yet, not quite yet.
Johnny is there. Speaking of which, there is a small chance that they might be in the same group.
What a last chance qualifier this has been, though, as we enter the final 10 minutes here. 3 days, 512 players. Surprises, dominant performances, underdog stories, amateur players. We have had it all.
And tomorrow we'll have even more shocks and surprises. As that finesse comes in and it's over the bar.
Maldini.
That
Player
explains
didn't want
why.
there. Player he didn't want. Oh, he just delayed the ball there. He's going to get caught.
Cruyff this time. Again off target. That's 3 good chances there in the last 2 in-game minutes. One of those goes in. It's a very different last 10 minutes here.
That one's a big miss. I'm surprised he didn't low driven there with Cruyff with the low driven plus play style. Once again. He's he already hit a Berber spin inside to create the space. That time looking for a Magidi spin straight into the shot. But it's Boomer standing strong. Can't go backwards there. Very risky. Done well. That might have been his last hurrah, Brandon.
He's had about 5 or 6 chances there, Rich, in the last 10 in-game minutes, and able to find a way through. Fuma's got a 2-goal lead, and he's got time on his side and possession. He looks like he's going to take our final spot in the play-ins. He's won a corner.
Again, his first serious adversity, hasn't he? He got knocked down. I think he won his opening game on Thursday. He then lost. And since then, it's been win after win after win. But did suffer that defeat to the hands of Oberon. Bounce back, and bounce back with style here against Call Me Maud.
Well, he's done enough. Fuma is there. Although he lost to Oberon in the last game, he has been able to get himself through the traps. And he takes the final spot, as you can see, an empty STC contender stage. Spot number 14 goes the former French champion's way, who knows a thing or two about winning at the highest level.
Zero reaction. Not even a smile.
Well, 2 very different games, wasn't it, in our last round of action here? This one was very much one-way traffic. But this game was end-to-end right until the very wire. It was that 7th goal that Fuma got that gave him that 2-goal gap late on. This moment here is where the game changed.
See the
handshake between the two of them.
Yeah. I think that little box there that Fuma just got is the award for coming through the last chance qualifier into the play-ins. I don't know. This is controller box. I saw Mark Barley put a social media post up with sort of a gesture of appreciation that he was awarded for qualifying through. But there you go. We're ready for the play-ins. They will start tomorrow, and let's show you how the play-ins are going to run. This was the phase 1 through phase 3 for the tournament format. And the play-ins, Brandon, is completely different.
It is indeed. Only 14 players, as we said, came through the 512, and they will join the 46 already pre-selected players in the play-ins. And if we can have a look at it, this is how the play-ins will be running, of course, tomorrow, which is going to be quite the day of FC action. If you don't know how it's going to work, there's 10 groups of 6 players in each. The top 4 from each will go through. It'll be a round-robin format. And it will all be to play for then to work out who will be going through to the World Championships. Remember, there are 10 spots available from 60, which sounds a lot nicer, Rich, than 14 spots from 512.
Yeah, 1 in 6, really, isn't it? Go through. So I think you take your chances, really. It's going to be an exhilarating day of action. I'll be back. Brandon will be back alongside Mr. Ryan Pessoa, and we hope to see you back as well, because if you've enjoyed the last 3 days, I can guarantee you one thing: you're going to love tomorrow.
Absolutely. You will indeed. A massive thank you to Ryan as well, who kicked off the show of yourself, Rich. But it's been an absolute pleasure today getting you through day 3 of our last chance qualifier. 512 players arrived in Paris on Thursday. 14 are now in the play-ins, and tomorrow all of the rest of the competition will arrive. 60 players battling out for 10 FC Pro World Championship tickets. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon live from Paris in this very same place on YouTube and Twitch. Enjoy your evenings. Come on, England. Go and get the job done tonight. And we'll see you tomorrow for a bit more last chance qualifier action. See you soon. Good night.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.